May 7th, or I'm sorry, June 4th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting to order. Before we begin, let me just remind you that due to our electronic means, roll call and votes I will call each commissioner's name, and you just need to give a verbal yay or nay or here for the record. You don't have to state your name like we did before, but I'll call on you each individually to give that response. So with that being said, roll call. Chair Jacobs here. Commissioner Dickman.
Here.
Commissioner Schulach.
Here.
Commissioner Varenkamp.
Here.
Commissioner Wu.
Here.
All right, let the record show that all the commissioner members are present. At this time, we will call the Pledge of Allegiance. All those that wish, please join us with or without your mic. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
United States of America,
the United States of
and to the
America,
republic
and to the
for which it
republic
stands,
for which it
one
stands,
nation, under
one
God,
nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty
indivisible,
and justice for all.
with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. All right, well, welcome everybody. As a prelude, we have obviously a couple of public hearings to conduct tonight, and of course we've got the Tavera, and we expect that'll take some time, and we'll go over some ground rules as we get to there, but we're going to try to keep this moving so that this doesn't turn into a midnight thing. I'd like to think that most of us all thought that the last meeting, being our first electronic one, it went well, and that we accomplished everything we needed to do, and it went smoothly, and so I'm looking forward to trying to achieve that same thing here tonight. So with that, item number 3, Brad will walk us through the agenda.
Thanks, Chair and members. And as Chair Jacobs said, this is our second meeting, so maybe not quite as wonky as the first one, although the pledge always is. Just a few items, I guess. We do have an open forum as usual, and this is mainly for people joining us who don't normally join us. We have an open forum at every meeting, and typically that's for items not on the agenda. Every other item on the agenda tonight is a public hearing, so when the chair does open the open forum, just know that's for typically things that are not on the agenda, and each item has a formal public hearing for that item where we'll take input. That and most are joining by phone, and just know that on the city's website, corcoranmn.gov, or just Google City of Corcoran, Minnesota, there's a California Corcoran, and the front page under local news is the link to the PowerPoints that we're going through tonight, and you'll be hearing Kendra say next slide because Mike at City Hall is actually running the show, and you could follow along by clicking on those slides as well. So it's on the city's website, on the front page under local news, or where you found the Planning Commission packet as well. So the only other item I have is we do wish to remove item 6D, which is the sign variance. The applicant has requested that be removed, so we can work on that some more. So I recommend we approve the agenda with amendment of removing 6D.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved, Varenkamp.
Second?
Seconded, Dickman.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Chair Jacobs votes yay. Commissioner Dickman?
Yay.
Commissioner Schulach?
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp?
Yay.
Commissioner Wu?
Yay.
Okay, the agenda is amended as such. Okay, we'll move on to item number 4, public or open forum. And Brad, you want to give instructions to anybody out there that wants to join us for open forum?
Sure. So as Chair Jacobs says, now is the time for open forum, which I just talked about. Our opportunity to speak would be dialing *9 on your phone now if you want to speak at open forum. Again, each of the items has a formal public hearing as well, so there'll be times for each of the items. So anybody right now wishes to speak about anything not on the agenda, you can dial *9, and we'll just wait a few moments.
Thank you, Brad.
Anyone so far, Mike?
No, I have no one with their hands raised.
With that, Mr. Chair, I think we'll move forward to the other items.
Okay. Item 5, minutes from May 7th. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or changes to the minutes from May 7th?
Yeah, I thought that Councillor Dickman voted nay for the OSMP. Am I mistaken?
That is correct, Meredith.
Yes, he
I
did.
think it indicates that we all voted yay, but that isn't the case.
Thank you.
Okay, let that change be made to the official record. Any others? All right, to keep it moving then, if there are none, Chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll approve the minutes with corrections made to how Councillor Dickman, Commissioner Dickman voted.
I'll second.
All right. Roll call vote. Chair Jacobs, yay. Commissioner Dickman,
Yay.
Commissioner Shulak,
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Yay.
Commissioner Wu,
Yay.
okay, thank you very much. All right, the meat and potato time. We'll move on to 6A, public hearing for our park dedication ordinance update, and we will all love to listen to the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Mike is going to put the PowerPoint up on the screen for you. So I'll give him a minute to catch up. Tonight, we're sharing with you the updates to the fee schedule, as well as a minor amendment to the subdivision ordinance related to park dedication. There we are. Next slide, please. The comprehensive plan was updated last fall, and Minnesota statute requires that park dedication fees be based on the adopted comprehensive plan. The last significant fee update we did was in 2016, so it was time for an update anyway, but we sort of put it off during the nearly 3 years that we worked on our last comprehensive plan update. The market values that we use, the statutes are clear, needs to be made based on the values by the city assessor. So we worked with our city assessor to evaluate these fees. Next slides. I think it's the fees are increasing, and the increases result from a couple main issues. We've added in boardwalk costs. Our comprehensive plan always showed trails crossing wetlands because we have a lot of wetlands in Corcoran. It's difficult to avoid, but never incorporated the actual cost of the boardwalk. And as you know, we're doing our first boardwalk in Bellwether, and they're very expensive. So we've added those in. We also talked about overpass or an underpass as part of our Southeast District design guidelines for pedestrians, and so we've included that cost in here as well. Additionally, if you recall, in the 2040 comprehensive plan update, our population forecast from the Met Council were reduced below what we had in the 2030 comp plan, meaning fewer people to use our parks and pay park dedication as land develops. And then the fourth main item is the increased land values in the city. So there are increases in the park dedication fee proposed, about 16% for single family and about 9% for commercial industrial land. Next slide, Mike. The fee updates are for your information. They're based on the formula, but don't require planning commission action. That gets adopted by ordinance by the council with other fee updates. But what your public hearing is on tonight are the changes to the park dedication ordinance in the subdivision ordinance. And that's really reflecting changes to the density that came out of our comp plan work for the different land use categories, separating high density and mixed use land use categories because they do have different density ranges. And then some adjustments to the residential percentage of land for mixed high and mixed residential. There was also a typo in the commercial industrial land uses that we're correcting. So fairly minor changes. That is the public hearing. So we would ask that the public hearing be held on this, the change to the text of the subdivision ordinance. And then the next slide, Mike. And then we recommend that the Planning Commission move to recommend approval of the park dedication fees as well as the ordinance amending section 955.020 and the resolution approving findings of fact.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kendra. All right, at this point, we will open the public hearing, and Brad can give instructions to the public as to how to go about making your comments available to the commission and the professional staff.
Yes, so again, this is a public hearing. By dialing *9, you can essentially raise your hand electronically and we'll know you want to speak on the item. So *9, and again, this is specifically for the park dedication ordinance update. Mike, anyone interested?
No.
I'm sorry.
Chair, I have no
Mike?
one with their hands raised.
Okay. So it doesn't look like anybody's going to enter into the open hearing.
Correct. So if the commission wants, you can by motion and vote close the public hearing and then get on this discussion and vote.
Okay. All right. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second, Shulak.
Seconded.
Okay. Roll call vote. Chair Jacobs votes yay. Commissioner Dickman,
Yay.
Commissioner Shulak,
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Yay.
Commissioner Wu.
Yay.
All right, the public hearing is now closed. And we will move on to commission discussion and recommendation. Now, maybe at this point, if we go back and I'll certainly take any other suggestions you may have, but as we did last month, we went down commissioner by commissioner and gave you the platform to ask questions, make comments, whatever, with either an applicant or with our professional staff. And then once we got done with round one, since now something may be brought up and you got a subsequent question, we'll go through it again. And we'll go through it as many times until nobody has any other questions. And then we'll take motions to alter or pass or deny the application. If is everybody in agreement with that, or does anybody have any other suggestions as like how they'd like to see that being done? Okay.
I'm in
Well,
agreement with that.
I'm sorry, Meredith.
I'm in agreement with what you proposed.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, I just have one question. Kendra, and you may or may not know the answer to this, but of course, what we're seeing right now is we're seeing land inside the MUSA, agricultural land inside the MUSA, that may or may not, I don't know, but if it is protected under green acres, when we talk about the market value as determined by the assessor in determining the park dedication fee, are they using the assessed or the taxable value, or would they be using the deferred or actual fair market value of that land in that calculation?
Well, he really generally bases it on land sales. So it's based on the, I'm not as familiar with the terms as you are, but on the actual value, not a reduced value from green acres, because it's based on the sales value of land that are sold in the city of Corcoran.
Yeah, well, here's the difference. And I only know this because I used to run the green acres down in Eden Prairie. So a piece of agricultural land, the distinction between the two market values is, one, what is that farmland worth from one farmer to another without any undue increase in value due to imminent development or some other use or change in use. So what would one farmer pay another? That's what they get taxed on. And that gives them a protection, because if agricultural land is, say, going worth $6,000 an acre from one farmer to another, but a developer would pay $80,000 an acre, they're put on green acres, the green acres program. And so there is a fair market value that is on the record books, but nobody sees it. You can't look at it on the county website, and it's not in the tax statement. But when those lands are bought and purchased and developed, so I would assume that maybe some of the farmland we're going to deal with later on today becomes imminently developable, and it's no longer going to be farmed. It's taken off of green acres, and then for the current year and two priors, the taxes have to be made up based on the fair market value of that land over and above what its taxable value was under green acres. So that's the difference. And of course, that difference would be significant. And I'm just wondering is there any guidance in this ordinance that tells the assessor or the city which value to use? And should we maybe consider the deferred fair market value of the land versus its taxable value as agricultural land?
It is based on fair market value. I think that's actually the language from the statutes, but I'm trying to pull it up.
So it would be the higher value.
Correct.
Okay. It might be something that maybe we want to get clarification from Rolf.
Fair value, the statutes say fair market value. Fair market value means the value of the land as determined by the municipality annually based on tax valuation or annual data. And if the municipality's calculation of valuation is objected to by the applicant, then the value shall be as negotiated between the municipality and the applicant, or based on market value as determined by the municipality based on an independent appraisal of land in a same or similar category. And we've got similar language in the Ordinance 955 itself regarding that process. So it's fair market value.
Okay, now, as I interpret that it would be not the taxable value, but it would be the underlying value as determined by the assessor of what it would really sell for its future highest and best use.
Well, highest and best use is not a word I like to use in planning. But,
Why?
but-
It should be the
But
cornerstone
yes,
of planning.
that's correct. And I'd be happy to, go into more detail with you and Rolf offline, but yeah, it's fair market value. Yep, not the
Okay.
cost value for the tax credits that farmers get.
All right. Well, maybe that's something that, yeah, maybe we can just informally have that discussion. Because again, when you're talking about park dedication fees, we're talking millions of dollars of value that would fall underneath of that equation versus stuff that is nominal in comparison. So that's the only question I have. Thank you. We'll move on to Commissioner Dickman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The only question I had was looking at the previous frequency of updating from Trails Commission and Council. Obviously, I know the comp plan was a priority, but given kind of the growth that we are expecting, have we talked at all amongst the Parks and Trails Commission or Council about how frequently we should be updating these fees schedules at all?
Well, our goal is to update the park dedication fee annually. And we
Okay.
update our fee schedule at least annually in January, I believe it is. It might be December and more often as needed. But our goal is to get on that same cycle with the other fee schedules for an annual update.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dickman. Commissioner Shulak, you're up.
No questions or comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Varenkamp.
Nothing, thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying to write down some notes here. Okay, Commissioner Wu.
No questions, comments.
Okay, well, I have none, and I assume then, is there anybody else got anything further to say? Otherwise, we'll take a motion to approve and recommend the ordinance amending section 955.020, and we might as well throw in there then the resolution approving findings of fact and get it done with one vote. What do you all say?
Okay,
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion, Commissioner Dickman.
All
I'll
right, a
second that one.
Okay, thank you. All right, roll call vote. Commissioner or Chair Jacobs, I vote yay. Commissioner Dickman,
Commissioner Dickman, yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Yay.
Commissioner Wu.
Yay.
All right, pass 5-0.
Mr. Chair, we missed Mr. Shulak, I believe.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Shulak.
yay.
Get a little ahead of myself there. All right, great.
Gonna
Well,
speed
thank
it
you,
up, huh?
everybody. Okay, we will move on now to item 6B and another public hearing. And this is for the preliminary plat for the Karenimi addition. And we will have the entertainment of staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give Mike a minute to get the slide up again. This is a public hearing for a preliminary plat for Karenimi addition. Next slide, Mike. The property is to create 4 lots from 2 existing lots at 6780 Rolling Hills Road and 6855 Willow Drive. The properties are guided rural ag residential and zoned rural residential. Next slide. The two properties are in the red and blue, and got a little goofy there, but the blue property was recently platted as part of Rolling Hills Acres, has one development right on it. The red property is a roughly 40 acre parcel. Okay, next slide.
Did we just lose her?
Well, I'm here, but the slide's not going very well, so I think I say that the blue lot has one development right.
Kendra, you're coming in really garbled.
It's Mike's fault.
On a high-speed internet in the office building. Is it better?
Yep, that's better.
That's better. Yep.
Okay. Can we go to the next slide, Mike? So between the two parcels being platted, there are 5 development rights. The existing home at 6855 Willow Drive will remain, and that will use one of those 5 development rights. The proposal is to create 3 lots off of Rolling Hills that would be sold for single-family homes and preserve one of the development rights on the large 40-acre parcel. Next slide. So on the screen, again, you can see the parcel on the left was an existing lot that was created as part of Rolling Hills Acres that would be divided into 3 single-family home lots. The 40-acre parcel that exists today would remain as it is and would retain 1 development right. The parcels, the new lots, that is, would range in size from about 3, 7 to 5 acres each. And the lot 4, the eastern lot, is 41.1 acres. Next slide, Mike. Those all exceed the ordinance requirements for minimum lot size of 2 acres. Lots 1 through 3, actually all 4 kind of have access off of Rolling Hills Road via a private drive. Private drives are allowed use in the rural residential district. There are limited standards which are outlined in the staff report, and the development does meet those standards. If the council allows a private drive in the rural residential district, it does require that an HOA be made to manage the private drive, make sure the snow is plowed, make sure the ditches are maintained, to make sure that any grading or Class 5 application happens. All of those landowners need to be party to the HOA, and they have to have a funding mechanism in the HOA to make sure that road is maintained. The applicant's plan shows lot 4 also having access to that private drive, with the idea that if lot 4 was ever subdivided in the future, that last development right would be used in the northwest corner of lot 4, and access would be provided over this private drive. Now, there are a lot of things that would need to happen for that to happen. That private drive crosses, to get to lot 4, would cross a future trail. It would cause wetland fill. It would cause floodplain fill. And none of that is a guaranteed approval. So there's nothing tonight that's allowing subdivision of the 40-acre parcel to use that last development right. But we've included conditions to identify issues that the applicant would have to resolve in the future should that happen. Next slide. The wetland delineation for lots 1 through 3 was approved last year as part of the Rolling Hills Acres subdivision, but it did not include lot 4, and so a wetland delineation must be completed and approved for lot 4 before a final plat application can come in. The applicant also received approval for a wetland impact for the private drive off of Rolling Hills. road. Wetland buffer monuments must be installed on all 4 lots, and wetland buffers must be established on all 4 lots as required. Additionally, landscaping is only required 1 tree per lot to be added. That's a condition of the approval. Next slide. Utilities would be provided by individual wells and septics. It's in the rural residential district. The locations as proposed comply with setback standards. However, we know from the Rolling Hills Acres subdivision that it's a difficult site. There's high water tables and wetlands, and so the applicant, prior to getting final plat application in, does need to work with Hennepin County to get preliminary approval to ensure that they have 2 septic sites on each lot. That, again, could be challenging, but that is a Hennepin County process that they need to provide preliminary approval to the city before their final plat application comes in. I mentioned previously there is an existing trail easement on the east side of Lot 3 that needs to be maintained with this plat. Next slide. Stormwater management, a dry pond and drainage swales are proposed. Engineering has started review, and their memo includes a number of comments and conditions for approval. They would need to resolve those issues before a final plat could be approved to ensure that it complies with local, watershed, and state rules. The engineer's memo notes that the watershed also has to approve the stormwater plans. Park dedication is only taken for the new lots, and in this case, there's a lot that was approved with Rolling Hills, and park dedication was paid. The Lot 4 home is existing, so park dedication is not due. So park dedication is only due for the 2 new lots that are in addition to the existing. Next slide. So we understand that this is a challenging site. We did receive 2 letters from residents in opposition to this plat. Those were sent to the Planning Commission and have been entered into the public record as if those were spoken at tonight's meeting. But we should open the public hearing and take any additional testimony this evening. And then I would remind the Planning Commission that preliminary plats are one of those items where the city has limited discretion. If the applicant meets the conditions outlined in the ordinance, the city must approve the plat. So with that, I would recommend that you open the public hearing and take public testimony, and then move to recommend approval of the preliminary plat with the conditions outlined in the staff report.
Thank you, Kendra. Very much appreciated. Sorry, I was muted there for a second. With that, we will open the public hearing. And so Brad and Mike, let us know if there's anybody that wishes to speak.
So chair and members, and then now for the audience, the opportunity to speak would be *9 on the phone. We are seeing now that some individuals have found a way to join us via perhaps video. I'm not sure exactly. We set this up to be phone friendly in the view of the PowerPoint. Been working via text to find out the instructions for people raising their hands on video. It looks like it's a right click and then on participants, and then it's the more or the three dots, I would say. And then there's a raise your hand function, I guess. So it works smoothly over the phone. So *9, or there is a method to raise a hand on video as well, which we believe is participants, the 3 dots, and then the raise your hand function. Mike, anybody thus far?
Yes, I do have 5 currently with their hands raised. So what I'll do is I'll start at the top of my list, not necessarily in the order in which you raise your hands. And I'll call you the last 4 digits of your phone number, and then I'll unmute your mic and ask you to speak.
Giving your name and address, correct?
Yeah, sorry. Please state first your name and address. Okay, so first I'm going to call on is last 4 digits 7542.
Are you 7542? Hi, this is Andrew Weifel speaking on behalf of the Weifels family, Lisa, Clayton, and my daughter and I. My current address is 6730 Horseshoe Bend Drive, but I'm also representing address 6840 Rolling Hills Drive. Well, it was just stated by a person of the city, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, that that the plot is meeting many of the city's requirements. I do think that the plot is also not addressing some major issues that are there in the between the different lots. I have several concerns I'd like to go over. I will try to be quick. I do have a lot. So right now, Rolling Hills Acres Lot 2, which is a lot that I own, has major water drainage that will go into Lot 2 of the proposed lot subdivision. The plot does not indicate the topology of the private road or its altitude going across that area. If the road is even raised by 2 feet, they will have effectively installed a dam between my property and that south property, which will cause water to back up into my land. The city needs to consider the soil that is in the ground there, as stated earlier about the problems with finding good septic areas. It is clay and heavy clay at that. Water will not drain into my land. It will sit on top of the ground. If a raised road is put in there, I would like to see that on these plots. I'd like to see where the culverts are going to be between theirs. I'd like to see the ditching that will be there. I do not see that on the plots today. The private road being within 20 feet, the private road being 20 feet in width and the current lot having a 15-foot buffer, it's with the current lot 3, which is my lot and their lot, and the easement being 50 feet in total, this is only giving 15 feet of easement on both sides of that drive that's going across there, meaning that my drive or my land is within 15 feet of the side of this driveway. Will the driveway be ditched to keep runoff and water from the driveway off my land? If it is ditched, shouldn't this ditch remain outside of the current 15-foot buffer easement that's already in place? I would like to see that addressed before the plot is approved. If there's no ditch, if there's no proposed ditch or water drainage indicated north of the driveway, and that is currently on the map, it shows all water drainage in the new plot away from the driveway. It is not indicating anything in my land and where that drainage is going to go. It just shows everything in the new plot. So where's my water going? If you go and stand in this property and look across it, you can tell there's significant water that moves across there. In fact, it comes from lot 1 to lot 2 through lot 3. And that is not being shown on this plot. I'd like those concerns addressed, please. I'm also concerned about crop kill off if water is pushed into my land, and also with that drive being so close to my land, with snow and plowing and all that with only 15 feet. You know, in Minnesota, we get plenty of feet of snow with a 20-foot driveway. Where's all that snow going? It can easily be pushed into my drive, or sorry, into my land, killing off my crops, which I do not appreciate. And I would like that concern to be addressed before we approve this, because it's one of those things that after the Creaney family walks away from this, they won't have to deal with, me and the new owners will have to deal with. A few more, again, bear with me, just a couple more items here. Let's see. Oh, there's also drain tile that is running underneath the properties. So lot 1, the current lot 1, I'm sorry, I should reference, I'm talking about the current lots, not the split lots. Current lot 1 into lot 2 across lot 3 as they exist today have Rolling Hills Acres has drain tile underneath to help with soil drainage. This plot map does not indicate what will happen or how they will address the drain tile if it's disturbed. The drain tile is disturbed, it will cause water to sit on top of my land again. As you probably can imagine, I am very concerned about the water that's going to flow from lots 1, 2, from lot 1 and 2 into mine, and then into these new areas that's now going to be disturbed. That was not on the original plan when we originally split these into 4 lots under the original Rolling Hills Acre plan. Also, if there is a drive going in there and it is a dirt drive, I'm also concerned about dust. I grew up on a dirt road. Anybody else who's grown up on a dirt road knows that you have a window open, you have a private or any road going past that, dust is kicked up, dust flows in, and dust goes into my property and into my house. Originally, when I bought this land, I was indicating a single drive with a single, if you know, the single family, a couple cars, every once in a while. Now we're looking at 3 new properties with proposed 4th property in the future, multiple cars, multiple properties driving down a road, now throwing dust in an area where we bought a land off of a tarred road to avoid such problems. I'll look at more items. Also, as indicated, the lot 4 that they talk about is another concern that's kind of hidden from all this, with the drive not ending at the end of the new proposed lot 3 going out into the swamp. There is that land on the northwest side. There's no indication where they would put a house or septic or anything like that, but they are indicating that that is where they want to use the last easement. I would like to see what that is before this is approved too, because again, that is going to affect my land and my property. One minor point, in this proposal of lot 2, the septic is entering into the easements, the primary septic. I am not sure why that is or how that can be approved, but the primary going into those easements that are there. Clarification, on the city's development rights map, it is showing that the 41-acre lot that exists today only has a single entitlement, which is in conflict with what we're discussing today. That could just be a clerical error, but I'd like to know that, or I do not know how to figure out what's the correct thing here, because I'm looking at the city stuff and it's telling me only one, and I can send that into the city to give indication what I'm actually referencing. I will do that. I did not add that as part of my letter, but I will do that. So I don't even know if they really have these easements or not, or why is the city indicating they don't. 2 last points here. The other thing is this whole look and feel of this area. If you go down Rolling Hills and look what the city has allowed for the last 5 years of separation of land, it's all into larger acreage lots, 7+ acres with single entitlements to give a look and feel of kind of an open space and growth. While we do acknowledge growth is going to happen out in Corcoran, we do think that the city should consider look and feel. There is no other tandem properties as is being proposed in this development along this pathway. So if this is really what we're intending, then we should look at the whole city as a plan, and should we be just tandeming much more of these properties as they become available? That might be more for the city council than you guys, but just be aware I'm concerned with that. And my last thing is, my wife and I, and this again more for the city council, we moved to Corcoran due to a small country feel. Because our belief the city will allow growth. We know you're going to have to grow and we're going to have to do stuff, but I'd like the city to consider protecting its rural nature. With this proposed development, I believe that rural nature is that rural virtue is being lost by just allowing these entitlements to be moved to any land, as many as they can cram into a single area. So in conclusion, I'd like the city to consider the water flow, the drain tile, the damming that's going to be caused by the road, the culverts to be indicated on this, the topology of that road, the height, so that I can know how to approach, if I need to, this land and approach it in any kind of way. I don't know if this water is going back onto my property. What do I need to do now before this stuff's, or if it becomes approved, what do I got to do to prevent issues on my own land with where I want to build a house? Now, how do I deal with this water that did not exist until this was split like it is? That is all I have to say right now. I can pass on. I conclude.
And just a note to the commission, as well as those attending virtually tonight, what we're going to do, and we do in most hearings, is take all the feedback from anyone who wants to speak. Staff is writing down all sorts of questions. We'll get everything written down. We'll close the public hearing typically, and then we'll answer all these questions. And then we encourage anyone else to follow up with staff afterwards as necessary too. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
That's, as we discussed, yes. Yep.
So,
And that
Mike,
is typical. So,
yeah. Mike, who we got next?
Next, I have last 4 digits 1956, and you can go ahead with your name and address, and then right here.
Okay, first name is Armand, A-R-M-A-N-D. Last name Brockman, B-R-A-C-H-M-A-N. My property is at 6855 Rolling Hills Road. Comments, I mean, actually, I was very surprised that we've gotten to this point where we've taken a 40-acre parcel. It was split into 4 lots. A number of my neighbors made investments in buying those lots. Another individual buys a 3rd lot and now tries to split that to make a quick profit. They're using entitlements, which again, I think that's an issue that needs to be looked at. That 40 acres behind this piece of property is all wetland, but for that one building site. And I think it's a dangerous precedent. If in fact you can go out and acquire wetlands and use that for entitlements, I mean, you can go out and buy it at 5 cents on the dollar. And I think it's going to create some real problems with all the wetland that you know, the city of Corcoran has. But set that aside. I think the bigger issues are the fact that this property, I don't believe, can get 6 septic locations. I know that the other owners, when they had their preliminary site plan, they used auto engineering. The preliminary sites were done during the winter when there was frost. You can't perk the property when there's frost. When they ultimately were able to identify locations for their new septic, they had a hard time finding on lot 1, 2 locations. There's no frickin' way they're going to be able to get 6 septic sites on that piece of property. And also, the dimensions on the proposed sites are way too small. I mean, I've lived out here. Each septic site is going to be probably 40 by 80 feet, if not bigger. And that's going to be a real challenge. But then I've got a life safety concern. What you're calling a driveway, let's call it what it is. This is a subdivision. And this really is a common access road. And, you know, the fact that, you know, you're calling it a driveway, I think is a misnomer. If you have a problem on that furthest in lot, and let's say there's a fire, there's no, how does the vehicle turn around? You can't get a fire truck in there. You can't get a dump truck in there. There's some real concerns with life safety, I think, with that road. Where they're proposing it. And the prior speaker did mention, if you should go out there and look at that site. The current plat, I don't know what the engineer was thinking, but he never went out, probably looked at the site. But there's severe flowage that cuts across. There's no culvert on that plat. I mean, today there was running water out there, and it's been pretty dry. I mean, there's going to be a real concern with the hard surface coverage if this plat were to move forward. And I would hope that the Planning Commission would take into consideration the investments the neighbors have made in this property. And this is out of character. I mean, if you had a large area and everybody knew that you're going to have a denser development, great. But, you know, after it's split in 4, some lots are sold, and someone tries to, you know, do this, I think there's a moral obligation on behalf of the Planning Commission to look at it. And plus, if you end up going forward with this and you're calling it a driveway, I guarantee you, unless you put some spec requirements to that road, the developer will do the minimum he can, and whoever purchases those lots are going to be dealing with a road that will be falling apart. But I think it's important we should call it a road. It's serving 3 individual homes. It's not really a driveway. Driveways typically service 1 home. With that, I'll yield.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. And again, some of these issues will be brought forward in our discussion, and I suspect some of these will have to be reviewed by our staff and the developer and be dealt with sometime in the near future. But thank you. So Brad and Mike, next caller.
Yes, phone number 4395. Please state your name and address.
This is Donovan DeMarais with Keller Williams Sealy. Address is 2617
I apologize to break in. It's really, really hard to hear anything you're saying. It's really breaking up.
Okay, 1 second. All right, can you hear me fine now?
Much better.
Much better. Thank you.
Great. So yeah, I was the realtor and co-partner on originally acquiring the 40 acres spring of last year, and working with the city and all the important entities and decision makers about making sure it was compliant with current city code. I guess I'm calling on behalf of the owners that have purchased the 4 properties we subdivided the 40 into to share in their sentiment in that this is really obviously very surprising to them. The purchaser of that lot 3, current lot 3 per Rolling Hills Road plat, never conveyed in any way that there was intention to subdivide that 12 acres and change down into 3 parcels. That aside is just whatever, sentiment doesn't matter. What does matter is the things that the 2 prior speakers talked about, and that is water drainage, how that's going to be appointed and managed. This is a very odd lot. This lot 12 has a lot of roll, a lot of swale to it. Water runs from the north straight south and then down to the south and east through and into property 4. And I imagine Patrick Kelly and Jill are going to be on this call, and then one of the people that are going to speak. They own the original homestead down there at the bottom of the hill, and all of this runoff that's going to come now is going to have a weird redirection with, like the former speaker was talking, the road / shared driveway. You've got 3 houses on there that can have 2 to 3 vehicles. You're going to have 6 to 8 plus vehicles that can be traveling this drive or this road, whereas the intention of it was to be large acreage, free space lots that would have single drives. We had a lot of pushback and had to deal a ton with wetland delineation just to get from Rolling Hills Road through lowland wetland just to get our plat approved. And the soils are tough on Rolling Hills Road. If you go a little bit further north, the Wisneys had a plat up there that have had ongoing perking issues with being able to get septic sites to perk. As mentioned prior, Lot 1, the owners of Lot 1, Mark and Jamie, have had major challenges getting their lot to perk, even despite initially Auto Associates having it perked when it came time to actually go and find those sites. It was a real challenge. So my concerns are about the perkability of having a primary and an alternate septic site on now 2 additional sites, so 3 sites total. Build sites, which is 6 septic sites, have to be able to perk. And then beyond that, which I know Patrick and Jill are going to speak about, it's the drainage. I mean, the drainage on that is going to roll potentially down into Patrick and Jill's brand new septic system area, which is going to just pose imminent and constant threat of them having a flooded mound and having a failing septic system from what they paid a big investment to have installed. And so I realize that how we feel about what they're doing doesn't matter and doesn't sway into the opinion. It matters as to what's policy and what's code. But I can say everything should be really heavily scrutinized and looked at hard as to compliance for what's fine with Minnehaha watershed, what's fine with the county. And then the prior speaker talked about Lot 4 too. I mean, is that just going to get left in the wind that can just be attached to this plat someday down the road? Or is that going to have to be a definitive part of getting this collective total prelim and final plat approved? Because it shouldn't just be an add-on or a bolt-on later. It should be part of it, and it's all swamp down there. So I yield my time from there.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir, for your comments. Caller number 4, Mike.
Okay, caller number 1982. Please state your name and your address and go ahead.
This is Philip Colthrati, address 6627, County Road 5, Northwest, Annandale. I'm the other half of the developer of the Rolling Hills Acres subdivision. And just like all the previous speakers, concerns about the same items. I think the big thing for me is drainage for lot 2, because, you know, as that property owner stated, I'd say half of that water, and after being, you know, I'm very familiar with the property. There is drain tile going through it, and a lot of that water, I'd say at least half from lot 2 flows into lot 3. So now all of a sudden you put in a private drive, which I agree with the other speaker again, previous speaker. Let's call it for what it is. It's a road. You know, like Donovan mentioned, if there's, you know, for sure 2 vehicles, you know, plus if kids are getting older, you know, you can have 4 vehicles per household coming up and down that road a day. There should definitely be minimum performance standards on that road. You know, as indicated, there's no culverts. That road should be shouldered, just to protect the owners of lot 2. That road should be built up. There should be culverts underneath. There should be drainage, and that road should also be pushed off further off the property line from lot 2 to help protect his property. Another item, you know, I think we all agree this does not conform with the neighborhood. This is not what Donovan and I had pictured. You know, we are both in the building industry, and we saw a demand for 10-acre parcels, which is why we approached it the way we did, instead of doubling our building entitlements on here and putting in 8 lots, which we had the option to do. Trying to preserve the real character of Corcoran, which I know the eastern side is changing, but has not made it this far yet, and likely won't for a long time. And also, why should there be, you know, if there's extra building entitlements on a property that can't support it, whether it's adjoining or not, why should that all of a sudden become a burden for neighbors on another property? If you can't build on it, you know, that original household has been there for years and years, and they've known that they've had those entitlements, you know, and you know, why is that a burden all of a sudden to buyers that we sold to 6 months ago? And all of a sudden it's a huge issue for them. You know, it's not what they bought the properties for. They bought it to have some privacy and to get off the road. And now all of a sudden they have an extra 2 houses in there, which, you know, not only 2 extra houses, but it's the way it's laid out, it's completely backwards to conform with the other lots adjacent to it. I mean, completely backwards. And then also the septics, I'd be, you know, knowing the property, I'd be shocked that Hennepin County will sign off on 6 sites on this, you know, on the 12 and change acres. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cothrady. Okay, Brad and Mike, do we still have a fifth
Yes, we actually have
fifth person online?
We actually have 2 more. Caller 3384. Please state your name, your address, and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mark Radens. I am at 9830 Garden Lane. I am the owner, well, my wife and I are the owners of Lot 1 on the north side of Rolling Hills Acres. We just want to share our input. We are in agreement with all the past callers that we do not approve of this subdivision. We are currently actually at the state of building a house on our property. So as Andrew spoke, the first caller, we would be concerned with how the water would be diverted. Currently, the foundation is set up for elevations that are where the water is going to be flowing away from our home. But if drain tile is blocked or changed, I would have concerns about water backing up into our property and affecting our home. I mean, we could list off just as the past callers have. I won't go that far, but just wanted to voice our opinion on this plat, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, number 6, Mike.
Yes, caller 6618. Please state your name and address and go ahead.
Hi, I'm the applicant, Nate Karanimi, 19927 Larkin Road, Corcoran, Minnesota. And we are the applicants involved here. So first of all, Kendra at Landform and city staff have been very helpful guiding us through this process. We're interested in having a very clean application here, and indeed we meet and exceed all of the requirements of the code. And I want to clear up some misconceptions. I think there's been discussion about, what exactly is all entailed in this project. And I think one thing that should be mentioned is that this is a private drive under the requirements of the city code. So there's no non-conformance here. This certainly meets all of the standards, and we've kind of been painstaking to ensure that is the case. As far as septics, septics have already been, we've already done due diligence, completed the septics, done the research to ensure that all of those meet the requirements of Hennepin County, and that application is pending with Hennepin County as we speak. As far as wetlands and stormwater, we've done the due diligence on those. We have interest, of course, in, creating good lots, just like everybody on this call is interested. We've got those wetland approvals already completed. The Army Corps of Engineers went through and, reviewed our application and approved it. So certainly we've got a lot of investment here as well. There's a lot of conversation on the call about, protecting your investment. Certainly we have an investment here. We've done, we haven't taken any shortcuts. We've gone the long way to do the due diligence required. And certainly, in the spirit of being neighborly, I've heard a lot of comments here and concerns. Nobody's approached me personally about any of these, but certainly I'm available for discussion, offline. I know the commissioners have a job to do, and they're, going to make the decisions and recommendations that they see best. But regardless of that outcome, I'm available to discuss any of these concerns that anybody has. So the other piece of this is that I grew up in Corcoran. My parents, who are also the co-applicants on this with me, have lived in Corcoran for 30 years. I live in Corcoran now. So in terms of, the desire to create lots that are, make sense in the rural residential area, that's something that's important to me as well. So I'll just, unless there's any other questions or clarifications I can offer, I'll mute myself and look forward to the recommendations of the commissioners.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Mike, I think you indicated there was one more person, or at least one more person.
Chair, I believe that is it. I do not see any more raised hands. We can make one last call. If anyone does wish to speak, please either dial *9 on the phone or use the actions function if you're on camera.
All right, well, we'll give a minute or so for anyone that maybe is having difficulty getting through. We don't want to cut this off too soon. We'll make sure that everybody has a fair opportunity. So you all be patient with us. We'll go ahead and give it a minute.
And while we're waiting, Mr. Chair, I would just note again, I mentioned it during my presentation, we did receive a letter from Mr. Weifels that was in your packet and sent out to you. We received an additional email that was sent out to you in advance of the meeting, and both of those are entered into the public record with those comments.
Okay. And I know I received that. Are there any commissioners that did not receive the email? I know that the letter was included in your packet, but the email came today. Did everybody get that?
Yes.
Okay, and that would be from Patrick Kelly. So if you didn't, just let our professional staff know and they'll get it to you. Okay, well, it doesn't appear that we're going to have any more callers. So at this point, the chair will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Barry.
Okay, Varenkamp made the motion. Do I got a second?
Second, Shulak.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll do the roll call vote. Chair Jacobs votes yay. Commissioner Dickman?
Commissioner Dickman votes nay.
To close the public hearing.
Oh, yay.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss
Slip of the tongue.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I was reading some of the things around street access, and yeah, apologize.
No problem. Commissioner Shulak.
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp.
Yay.
Commissioner Wu.
Yay.
All right, this public hearing is now closed.
Mr. Chair, just checking in. Obviously, we have quite a long list of questions that are very good questions. Would you like us as staff to run through and answer them before you get into your Q&A, or how would you like to handle that?
Well, I certainly would welcome your input first. I know that the people that called in are probably still listening, and those that can be answered easily enough, I say let's do that. It sounds like, obviously, I was out there at the site today. I might have a few comments on some of these things, but as far as water, drainage, ditches, and things like that, maybe it's just maybe there's just not enough detail behind the engineering that has gone into it so far, that maybe the applicant and their engineers can share, or the city staff might have in their files to share with these folks. But yeah, please go forward and to whatever you can respond to would be great.
Kendra, why don't you take the lead and then punt to Kevin or myself as needed.
Sure. Thanks, Brad. Yeah, I think I would start with saying the concerns raised by the residents this evening are the same concerns that staff noted in the staff report. And so we do have a number of conditions that are specifically to address those comments. The drainage concerns certainly is significant. It's Corcoran that is the most significant development concern we hear on every project. Managing drainage is critical. And as I said in my presentation, they're required to not only comply with our local city drainage standards, but state and watershed as well. The engineer's memo notes that they must receive approval from Elm Creek Watershed for their management plan. So we certainly appreciate the importance of that. In terms of the, and if we need to get into details of specifics, we certainly can pull in the engineer. But the reality is additional information is required before they come in with their final plat to ensure that those issues are addressed. The driveway issue, and I just want to, words matter, and our code refers to this as a private drive. It's not a street, it's not a driveway, it's not a road. It's a private drive. It's a legal term in our ordinance. That's what we call it to distinguish it from a public street or a driveway that serves one home. A private drive serves more than one home. And the city ordinance in section 945 of the subdivision ordinance outlines 6 standards that need to be met in order for the council to approve a private driveway. And they do meet those standards. One of those standards relates to the comment from one of the speakers about what are the standards for the private drive. We do have standards. They do have to meet emergency vehicle access requirements. So there's a roll test that they need to pass to make sure that fire trucks and dump trucks can get back there. We also require a turnaround. In this case, it's not a cul-de-sac, it's what we call a hammerhead turnaround, so that the fire truck or the ambulance can come to the end of this private drive, turn around and go back out, with, which is required for all private drives and frankly for any public street. The first caller had a question about a 15-foot buffer easement, and what I think he might be referring to is maybe a 15-foot setback. There's a 5-foot drainage and utility easement that exists along the common side lot line, 5 feet on each side. But there's no requirement for buffers between single-family homes. However, in that 50-foot easement for the private drive, we do need to put drainage and the road and make sure that the drainage is managed on site. The drain tiles, when we review the drainage plans, I looked back at Rolling Hills Acres and I do not see a plan of ditch tiles that they submitted with their plans, but certainly the developer cannot damage ditch tiles. They have to maintain existing drainage. So if there are ditch tiles that are on these properties, they will have to be maintained, and that's part of the engineering review. There was a question about, will the private drive be gravel or pavement? And at this point, it's shown as a gravel drive, which is allowed. The first speaker asked to see what might happen in the future on Lot 4. And we would like to see that too. And we've added a condition that says the developer needs to provide a ghost plat to show how that could happen. That's typical for subdivisions when all of the development rights are not used as part of the plat, or in a larger development where property is going to stub up to another property. That resident also asked about the development rights map, and I'm quite certain he has an old development rights map. In 2018, the city initiated a process that was completed in 2019 to revise the development rights program, as you will recall, to change the development rights program, which used to be 1 per 30 on a gravel road and 1 per 10 on a paved road. And they amended the ordinance. You held the public hearing to allow 1 in 10 regardless. So the current development rights map, which I have in front of me, does show the correct development rights, which are noted in your staff report. I'm happy to provide that to Mr. Weifels. If it is not current on the website, we'll make sure, working with Brad, that that gets updated. The development rights are assigned based on land acreage, not on developable land. And that is a discussion that the council could have, but that has been the way it's been since the program was instituted in 1982. Drainage, septics. Again, we have a condition before they can come back with final plat, they have to get that Hennepin County preliminary approval for the septic sites. If they cannot show that 2 septic sites will perk on each of these lots, they cannot move forward with the plat. They'd have to revise their plans. That is a condition. And they've indicated they've submitted to Hennepin County. I think that's all I have. Brad, Kevin, I don't know if either of you want to add more color to the drainage comments, but the general summary, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, is we acknowledge that those are valid concerns and we've included conditions in the report to address them.
Let me just jump in, Kevin, if you have anything you can add. I know obviously Kendra hit they have to meet all the conditions, but I know you've been involved with all the conversations. Is there anything you'd like to add, Kevin, from a public works side?
In general, Kendra hit all the highlights. Any development or construction or grading plans that would be approved by the city, we would look at upstream stormwater drainage and make sure that was maintained, just as much as we're looking at downstream drainage where it's discharged. So both of those considerations are part of a grading plan review, part of the watershed review for water quality, part of the state for any impacts to wetlands. So it's always good to note specific concerns, and we can follow up with staff and make sure we look at them when the detailed plans come in. But that's part of our process.
Thanks, Kevin. I'm just crossing items off as you guys are answering things. Seeing what's left here. There was a question regarding the snow removal. I guess my assumption is with the road standards, the hammerhead turnaround, that also is a standard to accommodate snow removal as well, correct?
It is, and that is also a condition of the in the resolution.
There's some questions about dust issues. The homeowners association will have to be required to create a homeowners association that would maintain that road and be up to them essentially if they wanted to provide any dust control or any materials. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the only ones remaining really, the perception issues about not matching the rural character. It's hard to really manage that. Everyone has a completely different view of what rural character is. The ordinance and the council's goal has been a way to accommodate some development, obviously, in certain areas, with also giving rights to property owners, but then trying to have standards such as landscaping, setbacks, all sorts of things to help create that as much as possible. So, Mr. Chair, I believe that I crossed off all the items that I found out, and just would encourage anyone else to reach out to staff after this as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Brad and Kendra. And for those that provided input, again, I would suggest that if you're still looking for more information, to please reach out to our city and contract professionals, and they'll get you any further information they may have and discuss those issues with you further. At this point in time, we'll have commission discussion and recommendation. I only have a few questions and comments. Mr. Kothratty, the number 4 caller at 1982, or his last 4 digits of his phone number, I think I heard him say that they could have made 8 lots out of that. Did they give up rights that they were entitled to originally, or what is the story on that?
Yeah. So they purchased a 40-acre parcel that had 4 development rights on it. 1 was used for the existing home. So when they came in, we talked about a lot of different options, and one of them was an open space preservation plat. And as the commission knows, you can double your building rights. We also talked with them about private drives, trying to limit accesses onto Rolling Hills roads, but they came in with that 4-lot subdivision that you see today. Okay,
thank you for the clarification. So yeah, I was out there. I did just by coincidence meet Mike Caronini and had a nice conversation with him. I saw firsthand some of the difficulties. It's not too difficult to just look at the land in its raw nature, and you can tell where the drainage is. But through the discussion, I did notice Lot 1, for instance. Now they're currently in construction phase for building a home up there, and I know that in at least one of the letters, there was concern about the driveway that was going to be built and whether or not it would more or less act as a dam if they built it up. And, I found it interesting that, Lot 1 to build their roadway. So if you look at the east end I mean, they've got a T-Rex um, dump truck back there, and they're excavating their own gravel pit. And I asked him, I said, what are they doing back there? And he said, they need gravel to build the driveway up there. And if you look at it, certainly they found the need to have to elevate a driveway. Now, being that they're on the high side, you know, there's probably not a lot of people that are going to be concerned about whether or not they're creating a dam, but you know, I got to kind of have at least some sympathy with the owners here of the applicant, because they're lot 3, and then even more so lot 4, being that they're in the low end, all the water from their properties are rushing through theirs. And as I talked with him, I said, well, I have to imagine that your engineering of this thing is going to include some culverts and some drain tiles to help take care of that. It sounds to me like that is what's going to happen, and I wouldn't foresee a situation where the water flowing to the south would back up so much that it would start flooding lots 1 and 2 to any significant degree. We all have land, and we all know how wet it can get, but I didn't see as much concern in it just from my eyeballs, but I'm sure glad that, you know, they brought it up and that it'll get the scrutiny that it deserves. So that was really the only question and comments I had. So if there, I have nothing else. So we will move on to Commissioner Dickman. The floor is yours, please.
Yeah, just a few comments. So again, from a planning commissioner standpoint, as Kendra mentioned early on, you know, our responsibility and role as appointed positions is to follow what the policy is. From just a view of what this is, I think it highlights the need for us and council and staff to talk further around transference of rights with adjacent properties. And taking rights from a property that was not part of it, buying up something next to it, and then on top of that, having the equation based on acreage versus developable land, especially as we talk here in Corcoran and have basically talked for 35 minutes about water drainage. I think that's additional discussion that needs to be gone into deeper and potentially even wrapped into our comp plan. My biggest concern is of access of the road for the 40-acre parcel. Specifically, as we think about that private drive connecting, not only having impacts to future trails, current wetland, and then current floodplain fill. That's a significant amount of steps that need to be hashed out, and obviously we need to see that. My other concern is that that would be a connection point to that 40-acre parcel when that 40-acre parcel already has access on Willow. And so why wouldn't we be looking at potentially, or at least we talked about that and potential easement, but I'm still confused as to why we'd be using a private drive off of Rolling Hills to get to that northwest corner of that 40-acre parcel when there's already access on Willow. I guess was my question of why that connection point would be there, considering we'd have to go through a future trail, a current wetland, and a current floodplain to get to access. Is it just that's the only way they could get back to that part of the property? I guess that's my question for staff.
Thank you, Commissioner. We did put a little bit of flexibility in the resolution, because any way to serve that northwest corner would require wetland fill. They couldn't get to that wetland corner from the private drive without wetland fill, or from Willow without significantly more wetland fill. But they don't necessarily have a right to use that northwest corner. They have a right to use their development right in some way if they can make it work. So there is upland over by the existing house, and if they couldn't get access across the floodplain and wetland over the private drive, they could look at that alternative. We are not giving them any right to use that development right on lot 4. what we're doing is we're telling them, hey, heads up, if you ever use that, this is what you're going to have to do. They have asked for the right to use the private drive, and we're willing to do that. But if they're going to use the private drive, they need to be part of the HOA. They need to fund that HOA and be responsible for maintenance, whether they use it or not. So those are conditions in there. We aren't granting them a right to use
And
it.
just a follow-up question, when we talk wetland fill, is there, I'm sure there are actions in addition to just the physical engineering aspect of that. Are there things that have to be done as part of a wetland fill to offset that impact?
So when we do wetland impacts, we first have to go through sequencing. We first have to show that we can't avoid the wetland. And if we can't avoid the wetland, is to fill the minimum that's needed. And then you have to mitigate for it. You have to recreate that that wetland somewhere else, either by creating new wetland area or more often than not buying credits in wetland banks that someone else have created. So honestly, that's a little bit of a problem for another day because they're not asking for that, but we did want to lay it out in the staff report so there wasn't any sense that we were ignoring it. We know that's a future issue. And the rules could change by the time they try to do that.
Right, and at this point, the only east-west connection points between Rolling Hills and Willow are Homestead Trail to the north and then Horseshoe Trail to the south.
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my comments and questions. Thank you.
Oh, you're on mute, Dean. Chair Jacobs, you're on mute.
Sorry again. Thank you, Commissioner Dickman. Commissioner Shulak, you're up.
Reading the material that was sent to us in the packet and hearing the comments tonight here, I came away, I still have the very distinct feeling that we don't have enough information. We don't have, and also we don't have the ability to predict the future when it comes to the runoffs and the water. It pains me to hear a citizen like Mr. Weifels, excuse me, asking us to tell him now if he should prepare his property before this goes in or deal with the results later. When it comes to something like that, I think I would like, as much as we can have, some sort of guarantees. You know, we obviously have to wait for some tests to be approved. But I just feel like it's not enough information, and I guess I'm not comfortable with the way it's sitting right now.
You know, maybe as an additional question to that then, if you don't mind, Commissioner Shulak, is that, we see a lot of this. You know, there's a lot of information that, doesn't come with, when it gets to our desk per se. But obviously, before they were ever going to be granted a permit, all of this finer detail would have to be provided, correct? And assuming that some of it is not compliant, they would never get a permit for grading or construction. Would that be right, Kendra?
That is correct.
Okay. So, Jim, I think you bring up a good point. Certainly, I would want to know those things before I started building a house, and they're legitimate. I don't know what their timeline is for doing that, and I don't know what the timeline is for the applicant as to when they're going to get all this engineering done that can be given and discussed with staff and with the next door neighbors, and when they start to do grading. But hopefully that is before lot 2 is ready to start building their home.
Mm-hmm.
You hope for that.
Right, and I say those things all the while knowing that the applicant here has already put an awful lot of money into this project. And so I truly can see both sides of the issue, but I think what we would be voting on tonight is just to allow him to continue to gather information. Is that it? We're not approving the entire application.
Yeah, I think our role right now, and Kendra, add anything. We're deciding whether or not to make the recommendation to the city council to allow this subdivision to go forward. And again, they seem to meet the requirements under our ordinance. And that doesn't mean we can't make suggestions to the city council, but to the extent that they make, that they meet those, we're trying to identify, is there anything that we would change or add, for the benefit either of the neighbors and or the applicant itself. Would that be about right, Kendra and Brad?
The only thing I would clarify is that this is step 1 of 2. So this is the preliminary plat application. It comes here for a public hearing. You make a recommendation to the city council, and the city council acts on the preliminary plat. And as it stands now, we have 17 conditions of approval, with several more that are covered under the must comply with the engineer's memo. And so if the council approved the preliminary plat with those conditions, the applicant's next step is to go back and get all those questions answered that we've talked about tonight by checking off those conditions, meeting those conditions. And then they would apply for a final plat, which would go to the city council for approval. So we would not approve that if we couldn't prove that we had the septic approval, the drainage works, they've got their wetland permits, they've got their watershed permits.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kendra. Our Commissioner Schulek, are you done then with your questions? And
yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Varenkamp.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. My biggest concerns are the same as what everybody has expressed tonight. I think this, while it is a preliminary plat, and we've got, did I see 17 action items that they need to go back and answer? 16 items, 17 items. I guess I would like a preliminary plat with a little bit more concrete information than what we're seeing right now. I don't like the fact that we're combining the 2 lots. I agree with Commissioner Dickman as far as the access to that 41.1 acre lot, and we're going to or they want us to figure out a way to use that northwest corner. I just don't see it being used unless you were to access somehow through lots 1 and 2, which we already know those are different owners. So my thing is we had one of these last meeting that just didn't seem right, and I know I approved the preliminary plat and stuff. I just see this as the same, and I would rather have a lot more information, concrete, than just things to talk about, and for the applicant to go back and get more information on. I'd rather see the preliminary plat a little bit more solid. I think the neighbors would be more comfortable with that, and that's my feelings. I'm not sure who talked about it, but the land going from north to south, the land to the north is a higher elevation. Lot 2 is a lesser elevation, and then lot 3 is the lowest elevation. I'm not worried about water having issues. I know in the list of things to do. The tile, everything else has to be taken care of. But I don't feel comfortable approving preliminary plat with so many questions. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Okay, Kendra, Brad, any response or comments?
Well, I guess I would say the council had this very discussion at one point about whether we move things through the process with conditions or hold developers up indefinitely till they resolve things. And the council at that time was very clear that they wanted to move things through with conditions, acknowledging that sometimes there'd be a lot of conditions. We do have new councils. That could be a question that could be discussed with the council again, but this is consistent with council policy to move applications through the process by attaching conditions.
And I would just add that this is common with smaller things as well. When individuals come forward with wanting something on their property, there's many conditions attached. If we wanted to come forward with every condition met, it'd be difficult in Minnesota. You can only get a wetland delineation in a very short window, for example, and there's a lot of work that needs to get done. So at the staff level, these conditions they're codified, have to meet them or else nothing can happen. So they're as good as the law essentially at that end, or else they have to come back and get them done. So whether the commission wants to have another meeting and talk about, I'm not recommending to the council that we change our process and policies. This is pretty typical for us to have specific conditions that absolutely must be met, and otherwise they can't go forward. So yeah, it's definitely a policy issue, but I think I'm hearing it loud and clear from this commission, so we should certainly put it on the agenda to ask the council to change the way they're doing business, if that's how the commission feels.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
So the question I have then, Brad or Kendra, is this is preliminary plat. If we approve it, it goes then to the council for approval of preliminary plat, and then final plat goes straight to the council, or does that stop at us again?
Council.
Goes straight to council. So if we do approve, everybody that was on the call now would need to then obviously be there for the public hearing at the final plat situation or the final plat time. Is that correct?
Well, the process is correct, but there is no final plat public hearing. At the final plat, we review it to see did they meet all of the conditions of the preliminary plat. And if they have, then the council will approve the final plat.
Just asking those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'll just jump in if I can.
Questions so that the public, that everybody that talked to tonight knows their next steps if they need to make steps.
Yeah, thank you. And I will just jump in as well. We have a new website which has some issues we're dealing with, but there's a new development page that has a sign up for email. And once a month, we update it with any project that's moving forward in the process. And anyone can sign up for that email list and get updates as things are going forward. And while there's not a public hearing formally at the city council meeting, the council allows public comment on any item, even if there's not a formal public hearing. Their phone numbers on the website, they're wanting to talk to people. So there's still ways that they can be involved.
Okay. Thank you very much, all of you. Commissioner Wu.
You know, when I read through the conditions that that the applicant's going to have to meet, and also the engineering report, I feel that this is very much a preliminary plat. I think that for this idea, for this diagram that we're seeing today, plus the concerns of the people who live in and around that area, I feel for this proposal to actually become a final plat, there's a lot of work to do on the part of the applicant. I feel comfortable with what I've been shown here today for a preliminary plat, but I think that the applicant has their work cut out for them. And so I feel that there are, of all the concerns that have been brought up about drainage and drain tile, I think they are addressed and will be handled by the engineer. And if they don't meet it, that's where it stops. And my assumption is that if they find that, if the applicant finds they can't satisfy a requirement, then in fact we would see another preliminary plat with a different diagram, and we start over again. The applicant starts over. So I'm comfortable at the point it's at now. And I think there's a long way to go for this to actually meet a final plat, but that's for the applicant to decide. And I think the concerns that people called about, in fact, Karanimi says that no one approached him personally. That's also not something that we can speak to. It's sad to hear that, but again, that's not something that we can speak to. I have no further comments.
Okay, staff, any comment to Meredith or? Okay. All right, well, we've been through the thing once. I've got two questions as follow-up. There was some discussion about the drain tiles and that existing drain tiles can't be touched. So my question is, not relative to lots 1 and 2 or 4, but relative to just lot 3, the applicant. Seeing it looks like most of the, there's 2 drain tiles that lead into their lot. And if through the development process they find, say, a drain tile that is either undersized or is broken, I would assume they have the right to go ahead and replace it and upgrade it. Would that be correct?
Mr. Chair, drain tiles are tricky, and I'm going to defer to the Public Works Director.
Okay.
Thanks, Kendra. Kendra's right again. It's complicated. It's dependent on the situation, so I'll do my best to summarize. So if likely these drain tiles are private drain tiles that circumvent this property. So typically, if they were to hit one during construction, they would be responsible to repair it at the existing size and capacity that was there. So they can't block it or prevent the water from draining on it. It gets a little bit into water law and situations like that, but essentially they would be responsible to put back what was there. If they try to increase the capacity somehow by enlarging the pipe or putting in pipe that's perforated, then potentially that could trigger a WACA, Wetland Conservation Act rule, but it really depends if you're draining a wetland. So in the areas that are talking on this site as generally described, I don't think WACA would come into play for any of the higher elevation areas. I guess that's my best attempt to try to answer a broad question, but in general, you can't stop, you have to maintain drainage from upstream. So if you can't just cut a pipe in half. If you do, it's a private drain tile, and that would become an issue between the private landowners.
Okay. Well, so in the information packet, Kendra, there is an aerial photograph with some red lines, and then I see 2 east and west blue lines. Now, I'm going to ask the question because I just want to make sure. As I looked at this, I assumed that the red lines are indicators of where or proximity the current drain tile is. Is that correct?
Well, that's included as part of the Weifels letter. I believe that is what they're trying to show you.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. If they submitted that, okay. So, but you've seen it. Can we generally assume that and then I would assume then the blue lines might be their inclusion as to like maybe where the driveway might be. I don't know what those 2 lines are at all, but I would assume the red ones might indicate drain tile.
I believe that was how I read the letter and the graphic, but again, we don't have with this application and it's not unusual. We ask every applicant to provide their best guess of where drain tiles are because there's a lot of drain tile in Corcoran. And 9 times out of 10, and I kid you not, I get I remember when Dad put them in, but I think they're kind of here. I don't really know. And
Yeah.
so,
Well,
I mean, it's a
well, I mean,
challenge.
I looked down here. I tried to find an indication of drain tile. I didn't see it. So it didn't, I would assume that if it isn't on there and it's a requirement, it'll be on there eventually. But right now there is no requirement. You ask for it, but there's no guarantee you're going to get it. So it is what it is. Now, that being said, through the development process, when they create swales and collection things and they're going to run it maybe south down to the dry lake, and they're still allowed to install new drain tile as needed for movement of water flow is part of this development plan, correct?
I can jump in. You can, you should, if you're installing drain tile, submit that to the city in general with a development plan. If it's not draining a wetland or impacting an adjacent property, it would very likely be permitted.
Okay.
And you are,
So
like, for this oh, excuse me, I was just going to add, so you could reroute it, you know, like around your property. So if the drain tile was where the red line met the blue lines in that sketch, they could devise a plan, a stormwater management plan, where they reroute it down a property line. You just can't stop it. So you're allowed to reroute it and make sure there's rules with that, but you have that option as part of your stormwater management plan.
Okay. Now, if, Kevin, just hypothetically in this case, because as I was out there today, I noticed that on lot 4, you know, of course, the wetland delineation markers are already out there, and I could see a wetland down there on the south side. Now, I wasn't close enough to the property line to see if that was, you know, on lot 3 or on lot 4, but I seen in here in the report, they talk about this dry lake, you know, where runoff will go. And I think Mike told me, I'm talking owner Mike, you know, that it has like about a 3-foot depth that's engineered to it. And I don't want to get into that, but anything that they drain, you know, whether it comes from lot 1, lot 2, ultimately ends on lot 3, and they want to drain that, they can't drain that if there's a wetland that's on lot 4, correct? They have to keep it on their property, or could they drain it to the west onto their existing 40-acre lot? Or I'm sorry, to the east?
Mr. Chair, and just before Kevin chimes in, I just want to say we could hypothetically talk about water issues for the next 3 hours, but there is a gigantic item after this that a lot of people are on the call for too. I just want to be a little cognizant of that. And if there's a conversation related to the conditions, absolutely, but otherwise we can happily have these discussions at the end of the meeting, for example, if you'd like to. I just want to throw that out there.
Yep, no, fair enough. Okay, any other commissioners have a question? Okay. I assume nobody has any changes to the resolution approving the preliminary plat as presented? Changes, additions, or deletions? Okay, with none being noted, the chair will accept a motion to approve. Well, I'll make the motion myself. Jacobs, do we got a second?
I'll second it, Warren.
Okay, roll call vote. Chair Jacobs votes yay. Commissioner Dickman.
Commissioner Dickman votes yay. I would make a comment around transference of rights, which should be discussed with council and perhaps with the planning commission, as well as the formula for developable land versus acreage for rights, as this is clearly an issue that the city faces and needs to be discussed further.
So noted. Commissioner Dickman is a yay. Commissioner Shulak.
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp.
Yay. Also, again, echoing Commissioner Dickman's comments And then is there the recommendation, I don't know if it's attached to this, but it would be nice to have that conversation and have a lot more things buttoned up than so many conditions on a preliminary plat type deal.
Okay.
So yay, but with all that hot air, I'm still voting yay.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Wu.
Yay.
Okay, so that passes 5-0. Thank you, everybody, and to those that joined in our public hearing. And again, if you have any questions, please reach out to any of our professional staff or council members or commission members. Thank you very much. We will move on to item 6C. Do we need a break or are we good to go?
I would suggest we go through this one, and then I would love it if we took a brief break.
Okay, very good. Item 6C, public hearing, Spanier conditional use permit variance for the property located at 10-580 Kane Road. We will hear the staff report, please.
Okay. Thank you. This, as Mike pulls up the screen, some of you will remember this. You held a public hearing on this exact same request in 2015 for a conditional use permit and an after the fact variance for a garage at 10580 Kane Road. Next slide. The homeowner got approval of a conditional use permit to allow a building to exceed the maximum size and have higher sidewalls than currently allowed by ordinance. Next slide. It's an expansion of an existing building that was built. And there were some issues when it was originally built. At the time, they submitted plans that showed them complying with a 20-foot setback, but somehow the building got built at 14.9 from the property line. That wasn't what was approved at the time. It wasn't consistent with the ordinance at the time. So this is an unusual situation where it's not a legal non-conforming structure. It is a non-conforming structure, however, and that's why we require the after the fact variance. The approval that was granted in 2015 expired in 2016, and the applicant did not move forward with the garage for reasons as noted in his letter. Next slide. And I put the location slide in here. The house is in the middle, the garage is in the front yard on the north side of the property. It's nowhere near the floodplain and shoreland in the back half of the property. And therefore we waived the wetland delineation requirements for this addition onto the front of that garage. Next slide. It is zoned rural residential, as are all the surrounding properties. And as I noted, on the east side of the property, there's a number of natural resources, but this is on the other side. The addition is on the other side of the existing building. Next slide. So the request is for an after the fact variance for that setback along the north lot line. As I said, I don't know what happened in 1992. The plan showed compliance, but that's not how it got built. It's been in place since 1992, and now they're just trying to basically legalize that nonconformity through the variance application. Next slide. So you can see on the slide sort of the back half of that barn, which is that north west building on the lot. Sort of the back end of it slid north instead of being even with that north lot line, and that's where we're running into the pinch. It just got built a little bit crooked on the lot, but it's been there since 1992. Next slide. So this is a little bit of a close-up of that, and you can see on the right side of the building or the west side of the building is that little addition onto the front of the building. So the addition is not increasing the nonconformity because the nonconformity is in the back of the building. Next slide. So this is, again, a small addition onto the front of the building, which would match the existing building, which exceeds the current sidewall height requirements. Next slide. So the photos show there is some landscaping existing on the north side of the property. The bottom photo is from the road, and there are some evergreen trees existing today. Additional trees would be planted as part of his plan. That was a part of the condition in 2015. Next slide. So I just repeated, I put this in the staff report. There are standards for exceeding the height limit of the CUP, that it's consistent with the ordinance, that the building materials have been met, and that it's consistent with the surrounding uses, and we find that they are. Next slide. This is a public hearing for the conditional use permit. So separately, the Planning Commission needs to determine if the variance standards have been met. If the variance standards have been met for the after fact variance, they may recommend approval of the CUP. And that is our recommendation, that you recommend approval of both the variance and conditional use permit, subject to the conditions, to reaffirm this 2015 approval for Mr. Spanner. Happy to answer any questions before you open the public hearing, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Kendra. Does any of the commissioners have any questions for Kendra before we move to the public hearing? All right, not hearing any. Let us open up the public hearing. Brad and Mike, do we have any callers online? I feel like a DJ. Do we have any callers online?
So as before, anyone on the phone, dial *9 at this point, or use the raise hand function, which is the participant, the dots, and then the raise hand function. So Mike, let us know.
Yes, I currently do not have anyone, but we can give it a 30 seconds or so.
Okay. Am I assuming correctly that the applicant is not joining us or online for the public hearing?
I have not gotten an indication either way.
Okay.
Anybody, Mike?
I have no one.
Okay, I think we're good, Chair.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the public
So moved.
hearing.
Okay, we
Seconded,
have.
Dickman.
All right, thank you very much. Roll call vote. Chair Jacobs, yay. Commissioner Dickman?
Yay. Don't want to screw that up this time.
Commissioner Shulak?
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp?
Yay.
Commissioner Wu?
Yay.
Okay, very good. We'll move on to commission discussion and recommendation. Being that this was an issue that we did, unless there's been anything that has changed as far as, the current requirements since then, or we've done anything that might set precedents that would be contradictory, I can't think of anything, but I would have no questions. I know that obviously the makeup of our commissioners is different than it was back then, so I'll let them have more time for questions and answers. So with that being said, Commissioner Dickman, you're up.
My only comment is what staff had mentioned, which is the addition would be in the area that would be not part of the area in concern, where it was non-conforming. And then given the intended use submitted by the applicant, it made sense to me. So thanks staff for pointing those out. No further comments or questions.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Shulak.
No comments or questions.
Hello, I have a question. Hello?
I'm sorry. Yeah, who's online?
This is Dick Millen.
Mike, Brad?
Well, so Mr. Chair, it's up to you. We held the public hearing, but if they couldn't get on close enough, if you wanted to allow them to speak, that's up to you.
Are you calling for
yes.
the Okay, all right, I'll tell you, given that we have some technology and by all means, please address the council, commission as you so desire.
Okay. Hello, council. This is Dick Millen. I live in the area that is being developed. I forgot what the name of it is. Lennar area that's being developed.
Oh, I'll just jump in. Sir, that's the next item on the agenda. We're on a different item currently.
Yeah, yep.
So we have a public hearing that'll be taking place at the very next item, and we can make sure you have time there. We have a lot of people who have been waiting on the line a long time to speak, and it's the next item on the agenda.
We understand. We
Okay.
do understand.
Thank you.
We'll chime in
All
at
right.
that time.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you. All right, so I think we are on voting on the motion to approve. Commissioner Shulak,
Actually,
did you?
Just discussion at this point.
Oh, I'm sorry, discussion.
So Mr. Shulak, I believe, said he didn't have anything left, so it'd be up to Mr. Varenkamp, I believe, at this point.
Okay, Mr. Varenkamp.
I have nothing. Thank you very much.
All right, Commissioner Wu.
No questions or comments.
Okay, great. Moving forward then, if there's no other further comments or questions, the chair will entertain a motion to recommend approval or denial of resolution and approving the after the fact variance and conditional use permit. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
All right, motion made by Shulak. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll second the word.
All right, seconded by Meredith Wu. All right, roll call vote. Chair Jacobs, I vote yay. Commissioner Dickman,
Yay.
Commissioner Shulak,
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp,
Yay.
Commissioner Wu.
Yay.
All right, it passes 5-0. Very good. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, so we're going to move on to 6E, but before we do so, let's take, Brad, 5 minutes. Everybody can get up, go get something to drink, and we'll be right back. I apologize to those still waiting online, but this will probably be a long thing, and we want to give people time to maybe stretch their legs and get something to drink. Everybody okay with that?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, so it's 9:05 now. We could say start at 9:10. Just make sure everyone mutes their mics. We'll keep everything running. Don't take the Bluetooth with you to any place you don't want to be heard, I guess. Mute your mic.
All right, we'll be back. We'll be back to pick this up at 9:10. Thank you.
Meredith, are you back?
I'm back.
All right.
Okay, we got everybody in place? All right, well, it's 9:10. We'll bring this back up to speed. So item 6E, public hearing. Comprehensive plan amendment, rezoning preliminary plat and preliminary PUD development plan for Tavera. And at this point, we normally hear for the staff report, but we are going to first hear from Paul Tabone from Lennar, and then we'll have staff report. Is that correct, Brad and Meredith or Kendra?
Yeah, well, that's the order. Then we'll have the public hearing immediately following those two items.
Very good. Is Paul online with us?
I'm online. Good evening, Mr. Chair. Can everybody hear and see me okay?
Yes, we can. Good evening, Paul. Good to see you again.
Good to see you all. Thanks. Okay, so I wanted to just give a brief overview of our proposal before you tonight. And I do have to say that we're excited about it. We've been working for a long time with staff, and we're really anxious to get started. So you'll hear staff's presentation in a few minutes, but before that, I'll just give you a quick overview of the proposal here. And kind of a little bit of what's led up to it at this point as well. So as you're all aware, we went through a concept review in the fall. We went through multiple site plans and revisions based on suggestions from staff. We've had 2 neighborhood meetings to engage the residents, the north and the south. And we also went through an EAW process, which the city obviously took the lead on. And I believe that was approved back in January. So the preliminary plat and PUD before you this evening is for 549 single family homes. They consist of multiple different home types, starting with traditional detached homes with 2-car, 3-car, and 4-car garage configurations on 55, 65, and 75-foot wide home sites. We are proposing attached townhomes with a basement option. And this type of townhome is aimed at attracting young professionals or young families. We are also proposing a newly designed and reconfigured twin home. These are age targeted and would be in support or intended to complement our villa homes, which I think you're all fairly familiar with. One thing I want to note on the twin homes is that we did take into consideration the garage fronts and the front entries. I know that we were looking at doing twin homes in a portion of Ravinia last year, and 2 of the biggest items that we heard back from the commission, I believe, was that, or the city in general, is that the preference was to have front entries. So we've reconfigured those with front entries. And the other concern was the garage forward. So we've tried to accommodate that as best we can while it's still being kind of a front load garage product. So the last product that I want to discuss is our villa homes, which I think you're all fairly familiar with. They were approved in the 13th edition of Ravinia. And so they're the standard lifestyle villas that Lennar builds. And we also are potentially looking at mixing in some of the luxury villas that were originally proposed in Ravinia back in 2013. So kind of a nice mix of villa product in there as well. So based on our experience in Ravinia with some of the product changes that we had to go through and the market changes that we had to navigate, we are trying to build in as much flexibility as possible to shift products or offer new ones as the market shifts, because we do anticipate an 8-year development build out or phasing schedule. So we are making a conscious effort to try to leave ourselves enough room to shift things without having to come back to commission and council, while still implementing land use and housing policies and principles from the newly adopted 2040 comprehensive plan. So we are asking for general PUD flexibility for setbacks, some of the architectural standards and lot sizes. And I'm sure you saw these are outlined in the staff report, and I do anticipate we'll be able to discuss them a little bit, specifically some of the setback and architectural recommendations that have been made by staff. So to just touch briefly on the PUD benefits, we do offer a significant environmental preservation and enhancement component for wooded areas and wetlands. We are protecting as much of the wooded areas as feasible on site. Unfortunately, with some of a larger scale community like this, you can't always save all of the woodland areas, and we realize that. But we are protecting 96% of the on-site wetlands, and as noted in the staff report, we have provided a robust landscape plan that provides 994 trees when 665 are required. So the intention there is that we're realizing that there is the woodlands are important, and we're trying to enhance those with replanting for the woodlands that would be removed due to this proposal. So we do have a nice trails and open space component. We're proposing a 4-acre park with 9,450 linear feet or 1.8 miles of trails, which will also, or at this time, we're planning, working with city staff to have it tie into the planned Diamond Lake Regional Trail that would run from Rogers to Wayzata in the future. Also, we're proposing quality architecture and monumentation, kind of the hardscape features of the community. And the intention is to have those, built to last while still offering a great value and being aesthetically pleasing. So the monuments are still in the design process, but there are some examples kind of theming of what we're thinking about. Final design has not been completed yet, but we kind of want to get your feedback, and you'll kind of see the materials and themes and looks that we're kind of going for. One thing that always comes up is the question on timing. So as I had said, it's roughly an 8-year development build out is what we're kind of thinking. To give you an idea, I think Ravinia was close to 10, and we're a little bit ahead of that right now, which is good. So I think Ravinia was approved in 2013. We started in 2014, and we're coming up on 8 years of development. We have one more phase to do there. So we are working to continue forward with this community and planning to start grading later this year after all the pertinent reviews and approvals from applicable agencies have been completed and obtained. One thing I did want to touch on, I think it maybe is a little unclear, and we'll continue to work with staff on this, but it was mentioned briefly in the staff report, so I'll touch on it quickly. We are asking for a grading permit for the idea is that we'd want to be able to grade the first addition or the first phase off of the preliminary plat. And we would be prepared to prepare those documents, a first phase grading plan, put up sureties, and kind of grade the first phase ahead of final plat approval. We understand that that's not typical city policy. We also understand that it would be done at our own risk, and we would put up a surety and file a grading application, a permit. That is fairly common practice throughout the Twin Cities, and it allows us to kind of get a jump on some of the massive earthwork that's needed to start these communities and get them going. So that's my brief overview. I want to say thanks to the commission and to staff thus far, and I'll be available to answer any questions after staff has given their report.
Thank you, Paul. All right, let's move on, to, well, does anybody have is it all right? Does anybody have any questions of Paul from the commission before we go, as long as he's online? I mean, without getting in detail, but just before we get into our staff report.
Yeah, I think Paul did 10 phases, but 8, isn't it? Did you hear that, Dean?
No, I didn't, Meredith. Hello? All right, Kendra, do you want to move on to your staff report, please?
Sure. Thank you. I think Meredith's question was, I think something early on said 10 phases, but it's really 8 phases. I think might have been her question. But Mike, if you'll pull up the PowerPoint, we can walk through. And I do want to say to the commission, I've talked to some of you, but to the public, this is a significant application. It's a big application with a lot of plan sets. So not everything that came in was in the application, but is available at City Hall. City Hall is not currently open, but if there's something that you're looking for, certainly city staff can provide a copy of it, or at least acknowledge whether it's in the file. So this is a public hearing this evening. This is kind of step 3 of this process. As Paul mentioned, we've done a concept plan, we've done an EAW, and now this is the first formal application. Next slide, Mike. So this is consistent with the EAW that was done. I think the EAW, if you recall, you looked at, there's a finding for no need for an EIS. And so that EAW has a number of mitigation strategies. Those are required to be addressed as we move through this. Many of those are construction related things, related in the field. So they aren't things that are reflected in these plans necessarily, but we will continue to review those EAW mitigation strategies as we move ahead. Next slide. I think you're all familiar with the site. The one change since the concept plan in EAW is that the Tice property, a small property on 116, has now been incorporated into the project. The project is north of Hackamore and west of 116. Next slide. I had a typo in the staff report. The property is a mix of land in both the Wayzata School District and the Rockford School District. So the east side generally, except for the Tice property, is in the Wayzata School District, and the remainder is in the Rockford District. Next slide. The property is guided low-density residential in our comprehensive plan. That means the land is planned to develop with a mix of residential units at 3 to 5 units per acre. It's zoned urban reserve now. That's a holding zone until sewer and water is available. And at that time, the applicant will request a rezoning to rezone consistent with the underlying land use. The request today is to bring the Dempsey property, that's the western property, into the 2020 sewer staging stage, to rezone from urban reserve to PUD, to approve a preliminary plat and a preliminary PUD development plan. And we'll talk about each of those in some detail in the presentation. On May 21st, the Parks and Trails Commission reviewed the parks elements and voted 6-0 to recommend approval. Next slide. Tavera would be 549 homes on 273 acres, gross acres. And just for context, that's the biggest project we've had in the city. Bellwether will be 398 homes on 225 gross acres, and Ravinia will be 448 homes on 279 acres. And those are gross acres, not counting wetlands, which kind of skews the developable area. So the first application is a comprehensive plan amendment, and that is to bring the sewer staging for all of the affected parcels into that initial sewer stage of 2020 to 2025. And you can see on the map the highlighted Dempsey property is currently outside of that in the final phase, the 2035 to 2040 area. Bringing that in allows the property to develop as a whole. The ordinance doesn't provide specific standards for a comprehensive plan amendment, but generally we look at evidence to support a change in the comprehensive plan. Is there new information available since the comp plan was adopted? Is the change needed to allow reasonable development of the site? Does the amendment, is it related to the supply and demand for development in the city? And then looking at the impacts of other comprehensive plan elements, including infrastructure and housing goals. Staff does recommend approval of the comprehensive plan amendment to allow the property to develop as a whole. I would note that this is not required, but when we submit in the future, if we accept the 4-acre park, we will amend the current Parks and Trails map to add that park to the Parks and Trails chapter once it's deeded to the city. And the Dempsey property you may see on some zoning map showing as, or a land use map showing as guided agricultural preserve, but that expired on April 27th, 2020. And our comprehensive plan that automatically reverts that to the low density residential. So that's why there's no land use change required. Next slide. The second request is for rezoning from urban reserve to planned unit development. And as I said, the planned unit development is a mixed, an opportunity to provide some flexibility from standard zoning. It often allows for a mix of uses that wouldn't otherwise be allowed in a single zoning district. It still needs to be consistent with the land use, which allows a density of 3 to 5 units an acre. Again, it's intended to provide a more creative use of land, and in exchange for flexibility for the developer, the city expects to get some additional benefits. Next slide. Whoops, well, that's fine. But these are the standards for approval of a PUD. The PUD, if approved, the rezoning would not become effective until the final PUD development is approved, meaning it's lying there, it's ready to go, but it doesn't change the map until the final PUD is approved. Next slide. So this is the PUD master plan, or the site plan for the project. Again, Hackamore on the south and 116 on the east. The project includes townhomes in the south portion of the site, primarily single family homes, but some twin home neighborhoods on the west side of the property. Villa homes are single family homes that have association maintenance, so I may forget to distinguish between them tonight. It is a different product type for Lennar, but from a city perspective, it's a single family home. I'll do my best. Next slide, Mike. So a quick high-level summary, and Paul touched on this. They are requesting flexibility from lot area and lot width, similar to all the PUDs we've approved thus far. They're asking for a reduced rear yard setback for decks and patios on single-family homes, some garage size flexibility, some townhome architecture and setback flexibility. I didn't highlight in the staff report, and I wanted to make this clear. The code today for single family homes requires 15 feet between buildings, but says it's 5 feet for a garage side and 10 feet for a living area side, but asterisks and says 15 feet between building. To simplify life for both the city and the developer, they're just saying, let's just make it 7.5. So technically it is a PUD flexibility, and I did not call that out in the staff report, but I suppose technically it is. And in exchange for that, Paul touched on some of these. They are doing additional landscaping beyond the ordinance requirements, preserving wetlands and wooded areas. They are providing a segment for that regional trail, Diamond Lake Trail, and constructing that. They are dedicating a neighborhood park and making some of those park improvements. They are bringing infrastructure to the site. That is sewer and water, and looping that back through and making a number of off-site improvements that that would not otherwise be possible. They have proposed an entrance monument for Corcoran and are providing a life cycle housing opportunity by providing housing types that aren't in Corcoran today. And we'll talk about each of these in more detail, but this is a quick highlight of sort of the pros, or not the flexibility and the proposed benefits of the project. Next slide. The plan includes 265 single-family homes, and those are similar to Ravinia on a mix of lot sizes. So it's 55-foot, 65-foot, and 75-foot wide lots. Villas on 55 and 65-foot wide lots. Villas are the single-family homes with association maintenance, similar to what we have in Bass Lake Crossing and Bellwether. 80 twin homes, which is a new product type in Corcoran, and 134 townhomes, which is also a new product type. Next slide. This was in your staff report. The red was intended to highlight the areas where some flexibility was requested. Again, the single family homes generally, the 65 and 75 foot lots comply. 51 lots are proposed on 55 foot lots, and those are asking for a reduced lot size and reduced lot width, and as are the villa homes. The twin homes, I think at the end of the day, we may find that the twin homes actually comply, but they didn't seem to understand the difference between a base lot and a unit lot. When you have townhomes and twin homes, you kind of take that whole neighborhood, that's your base lot. There's an outlot that surrounds everything. And then you have unit lots within that. And so as we've been implementing the ordinance for the first time related to these, it's become clear that maybe the language there could be improved as well. So because twin homes and townhomes really have a lot that just runs around the footprint of the structure, we use base lots as a different kind of a measure, which takes that neighborhood and sort of divides it by the units for both lot width and lot area. The single family home lot size, we'll talk a little bit more about, but that's, again, you have discretion when you're reviewing the requested flexibility. And without the discretion on those lot sizes, they would end up having to increase the lot widths and lot sizes and eliminates a product type that they're currently offering. And you need to weigh that against what the city gets in return for that. The rear yard setback is an interesting one. The ordinance requires 30 feet. I went back and took a look at a couple of other things that we've recently approved. So just for a sense of background, Ravinia has a 25-foot rear yard structure setback. That's for decks and houses. Bellwether has a 20-foot rear yard setback for structures and decks. What Lennar is requesting is to have a 30-foot structure setback, but to allow decks and patios, not covered porches, to encroach into that and to have a 20-foot setback. Moving on to some of the townhome dimensional requests. Again, this is the definition of the base lot and the unit lot that I think caused a little bit of confusion in providing the data. I think they're probably complying with those minimum base lot areas. But the numbers we can find are based on unit lots and creating a little bit of confusion. So the townhomes are requesting a side yard setback reduction from 20 feet between buildings to 15, which would be similar to that of single family homes. But they're also requesting a front yard setback of 20 feet from secondary streets. And I'm sorry, I didn't turn that into red. We treat all streets as streets. They would like to call some streets side yard lot lines, but we call them all streets and have the same front yard setback. And we've had this discussion on other projects. Staff is recommending that the street setback remain 25 feet from all streets. And I know that's something the developer is concerned about and mentioned in his intro. I'm sorry, Mike, next slide. This was the base lot I was referring to. We are recommending the 25-foot setback from all streets where they're requesting 20. Next slide. So those are the dimensional standards. There's a number of design standards outlined in the staff report. And again, I'm just kind of hitting the highlights because a lot of the detail is already in the report. But they are requesting flexibility to allow more than 55% of the face of the garage to be allowed. The code says the garage shall not compromise more than 55% of the viewable ground floor street-facing linear building frontage. And that's the measurement of the entire garage structure, not a measurement of the garage doors. And this has been an issue in pretty much every development we've done in the urban area. They've all requested flexibility from this standard. And so in exchange for that flexibility, the city can ask for additional improvements. And the developers have proposed to provide decorative garage doors with windows, brackets, and handles. But the code already requires some of those improvements on the garage doors, requiring them to be architecturally styled with details such as raised panels, accent colors, windows, etc., to match the detail of the home. But they've also offered 4 other architectural improvements. Noted in the staff report, a color or texture change on all sides of the home, 4-inch LP trim on all windows on all sides of the home, optional window grids or shutters on some homes, and ensuring that they do comply with the requirements for elevations fronting a street or a public park having upgraded architecture. The garage flexibility request really applies to almost everything except the villa 2-car garages. The twin homes are at about 56%, but pretty much everything else would require that flexibility with what we think they would typically provide. I want to note at this point that we did get some building elevation concepts, but as we've seen in Lennar's Ravinia development, over time, new products come on the market. And as we said back in 2013, that's always going to change and there'll be new modifications. So setting design standards now that are clear will help us avoid confusion and debate as we move through an 8-year project. The City Council and Planning Commission had a work session last summer to talk about residential design standards. And the discussion was, you know, are we using PUDs the right way? Should we be getting other things out of the PUD? Should we be approving the things that we are? Should we change our residential design standards? And at the end of the day, the council ultimately felt that the ordinances should be as written, no change, but there was consensus, not unanimous agreement, but consensus that the 15-foot building separation and garage requirements with that 55% max were important to maintain. However, they did say they would consider flexibility if there's higher quality architecture without garage forward design. So based on that discussion, staff has included a condition allowing the additional garage face with those architectural improvements as proposed by the applicant, and not allowing garage forward design on homes that exceed that 55% frontage standard. And that is included in the draft PUD resolution condition number 18. And that's something where I would expect that the Planning Commission will have some discussion. We've also included conditions that they show compliance with all of those other design standards. And from what I've seen, I don't think they'll have an issue with those. We just wanted to reiterate that. Next slide. So this is an example of different single-family housing types that Lennar offers today that they would likely offer in this development. And there are a number of them that are not garage forward, but as you can see, there are also several that are garage forward. And by adding a condition that says you can't have garage forward design, you do limit the number of housing products that are available to be offered in the neighborhood. But I think that's something the Planning Commission will want to spend some time talking about. The next slide, Mike, shows the villa examples. And the villas are, again, single-family homes that have association maintenance, so mow the lawn, plow the driveway. These actually do comply with the 55% requirement when they have a 2-car garage as shown on these exhibits. They are, in some of them again, are garage forward, not all of them, but they would, at a 2-car model, comply. With a 3-car model, they would not and would have to be limited to those that aren't garage forward as currently drafted in the draft resolution. We only at this point have front elevations. We do not have side or rear elevations for most of these products, the exception being the twin homes, I believe. But certainly anything, we're willing to provide more information to the commission or the public as desired. Next slide, Mike. These are the twin homes, and they have modified them since the last time you saw twin homes. This is 2 potential models, and you can see that they did upgrade the design to make the front door visible from the street, which was a real concern of ours last time we looked at this. Next slide, Mike. So we also have townhomes in the project, and we haven't done townhomes before or even looked at the townhome design standards in our ordinance in a lot of detail. So this is where we start to see how they get applied in real life. And there are a couple things where the developer is requesting flexibility. Also on garage size, but in this case, the opposite of what we've talked about. They'd like to make the garages a little smaller. The code requires 440 square feet of garage. They are showing 437, it looked like on their plans, but 420 is not unusual for a 2-car garage. And we've included that in the draft resolution as the magic number. And then requesting flexibility to allow a 19-foot wide garage where 20 is the minimum typically required. And flexibility on the brick and stone requirements. So the code requires a minimum of 25% of the total building elevation, combined building facades, to have brick, stone, stucco, or other similar material. And on row townhomes like this, for those of you who visited the Maple Grove site, for example, the front is largely garage, and it makes it difficult to meet that. We have 6 to 8% stone on the front, and they would propose about 26% on the ends, the end caps or the sides, but the rear is not proposed to have any stone on it. They are walkouts in some cases, and that gets to be a tall building and can be kind of difficult to provide the stone back there. We noted in the staff report that those are the 3 pieces that we think they need flexibility from, but that they will need to show compliance with all those other standards. The next slide, Mike, shows a couple of townhome options that they're suggesting. And these are similar to what is in, I forget the name of the development, but over in Maple Grove across from Lions Park. And so a little tough to see on this. We do not yet have side or rear elevations for these buildings. Again, they may choose a different product as they move forward, but this is the concept for what it would look like with a mix of different vinyl siding materials. These have lap and shake as an example. And then 3-foot wainscoting of stone or brick on the front typically. Next slide. There's certainly more detail to be there, but I'm trying to get us out of here, so I'm going to move on to infrastructure for a little bit. And utilities, sewer and water will be extended from Ravinia to the site at developer cost. And there will be some looping that occurs as part of that. That effort would be expected to begin this fall and complete in the spring of 2020. That would extend the sewer and water, but it would also extend that road, Gleason Parkway, out to 116. And then this project would build the access into the site at 66 at Gleason Parkway. The stormwater is currently being reviewed. And again, as always, this is a complicated issue. There's a lot of detail. Engineering has been working with their engineer for months and is continuing to work through the details of that. But again, we addressed some of this during the EAW, but the stormwater does need to comply with local watershed and state requirements and will need to be resolved before the final plans come forward for the final PUD plan and the final plat. I'm going to continue to talk a little bit high level about this, but again, Kevin and the city engineer are both available if we need more. This is in your packet, but just gives a little bit of a sense of this is next slide. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. This slide does show the sewer extension. And Mike, if you can point to the Ravinia West property line, just for a sense of scale, and then show Gleason Parkway coming out to 116. So that'll come in then to the project here, and you can see the project and how that loops through and gets stubbed to adjacent properties with a temporary lift station on the north side of the property. Next slide. This is the water plan, and this zooms out a little bit because the water plan has a bigger loop that's going to happen as part of this. So you can see it's coming along that alignment that we talked about. It'll come through the site, but it'll also then go back eventually on Hackamore and loop back into Ravinia there on the south end of the project. So another big loop, and that benefits others beyond just the Tavera project. Next slide. Transportation improvements are very significant with this project. We talked a fair amount about this during the concept plan in the EAW. And just high level, this developer will construct all of the internal streets. Those are a mix of 50, 60, and 80-foot rights of way for those roads. At this point, there are no connections to existing neighborhoods. There's no connection to the Horseshoe Trail. On the west side of this property, there is a connection on the far west where it loops around the Trail Lane neighborhood, and I'll show that on a map. But there is no connection to Trail Lane from this project to the east end of Trail Lane. There are a number of improvements to County Road 116 at this entrance at Horseshoe Trail, as well as down on Hackamore, and that includes turn lanes and signal improvements. The project would be required to pave existing gravel streets based on the traffic study that was done as part of the EAW. The traffic study shows that this new development will increase traffic significantly, and therefore road improvements are required to be paid for by the developer for Old Settlers Road from Butterworth Lane to Horseshoe Trail, and Horseshoe Trail from Old Settlers to the east lot line of the Dempsey property. There are a number of improvements to Hackamore, and you've, I think, commissioners and others have heard, there's a larger Hackamore improvement project, a discussion between the city of Corcoran and the city of Medina from the length of Hackamore starting all the way on the east end at 101 to make improvements along that whole corridor. But this will trigger those improvements and will be funded, a portion of those improvements funded by this developer. There is an emergency vehicle access and a trail connection shown to Bluebonnet, and the plan to ultimately connect to Bluebonnet if and when those properties along Bluebonnet develop. And then, as is our policy always, we've shown stub street connections to adjacent properties to the west for future connections, but those connections are not being made at this time, simply making the right-of-way available so that they can develop should they choose in the future. Next slide, Mike. Access to the development, we talked about the main streets. The internal access, again, is a mix. There's an 80-foot right-of-way for the Horseshoe Trail entrance, and then a mix of primarily 50-foot right-of-way, some 60-foot right-of-way with 28-foot wide streets. The ordinance, and I wanted to bring this up because I thought it might come up by the council commission, Does not require cul-de-sac islands. We've seen them in some of our other developments. It can be an amenity to development. It provides an opportunity for snow storage, but it's not required by our ordinance. They are not showing cul-de-sac islands as a general rule. They do have two on the east side of the project, one at the end of the public street that serves the townhomes, and two sort of in the middle of the project. There's a little bump out with a cul-de-sac island. So without those islands, Public Works will continue to plow snow into the street and pile it in the middle where the island was. But the Planning Commission may wish to discuss that as they move forward. Are cul-de-sac islands desirable or not? Staff is not requiring it in the resolutions, but certainly if you felt they were important, you could add those as a condition and a benefit of the PUD. There are private drives planned in the townhome neighborhood and in one of the twin home neighborhoods. And the private drives are very common in those kinds of developments in other communities. We simply haven't had a lot of those. The private drive standards, though, in an urban district are different than they are in a rural district like the development we just talked about. Same standards apply in terms of the importance of the HOA maintaining them, establishing standards for that maintenance and snow storage. And with those conditions outlined in the staff report, we do support the private drives in those townhome neighborhoods. Parking in the development is going to, like all of our single family developments, is allowed on one side of the public street. Guest parking is required for townhomes, however, and the townhome neighborhood does comply with the ordinance requirements of total number of stalls. But we noted that on driveway 3, the driveway only has 2 parking stalls, and for the number of homes that are on that driveway, we'd like to see them see if they could fit 4 stalls in that area. I circled it on that map. It's a little hard to see. But generally, other than that one driveway, the parking spread pretty well throughout this townhome neighborhood and the twin home neighborhood north of the park, where there's also a private drive plan. So that does comply. Next slide, Mike. I wanted to, again, just a couple of unusual situations. In the northwest corner of the site where that little red circle is, the property owner to the west has a driveway that crosses over the Tavera property and scoots out to Bluebonnet Drive. And so we included a condition that they need to work with that landowner to provide an easement and an access for them to continue to get in and out of their property onto Bluebonnet Drive. And then in the southern portion of the site, I just circled, there's a large overhead transmission line. And we had this recently with our open space preservation plat last month. So you know that the transmission line usually has pretty serious restrictions on what can happen under that power line. So we've included a condition that we need to see those easement restrictions and make sure that those homes would even be allowed in that easement by the easement holder. Next slide, Mike. The wetlands, there are a number of wetlands on site. The required wetland buffers and monument signs, pretty typical stuff. The buffers need to be maintained by the HOA. Again, there's very limited impact to the wetlands as proposed. The floodplain needs to be clearly shown on the plans. There is floodplain on the property, generally kind of lines up with the larger wetlands. And like other developments that have had a floodplain, there's a letter of map amendment or letter of map revision, a LOMAR, that must be coordinated with the city engineer. And we typically do that at the end of the process once we can show that the capacity and the storage areas are addressed. There is shoreland overlay district in the northern portion of the site, and so they do need to clearly show that because that also has additional buffer and setback requirements. And there's also a ditch that's sort of in the vicinity of that Tice property The governor passed a buffer law a few years ago, different from the shoreland ordinance, but similar in the way it applies buffers to these not natural waterways, these ditchways. And so those need to be shown and the buffers required on the development. Natural resources, Paul touched a little bit about this on the beginning. The plans show 52% of the woodland area to be preserved. Now that is a mix of both the areas identified as ecologically significant in our comprehensive plan map and other wooded areas on the property. So 44% of the ecologically significant areas and 70% of the other wooded areas. The next slide, I believe, shows some of those natural features. So next slide, Mike. Yeah, this is the shoreland buffer protected waters, and you can see there's a creek with shoreland in that north section of the site, and then you can see the green line, Hennepin 29, I think it says, for that ditch down in the south portion of the site. Those are the protected areas. Next slide. And the ecologically significant natural areas, and Mike, maybe just because it's the whole city, you could point to the area that we're talking about for everyone. So that's the area. So the significant natural features are on the east side of the property, and that next slide does a good job of showing them, Mike. So if you go to that next one you had up, yeah. So this is their tree preservation map. And the red and orange areas are the areas that the trees are being removed, and the green and yellow areas are where the trees are being preserved. And certainly, it's important to remember that the city of Corcoran has no tree preservation ordinance. And so there would be nothing that would stop them under the ordinance from removing all of the trees. And we told them that it was really important when they met with staff that, and we talked about it during the EAW, that they make an effort to preserve as many of those trees as possible. And our suggestion as staff was that it needs to be at least 50% of those trees. And so that's the starting point from our perspective, and the Council Planning Commission certainly could take a look at that and have some other opinions, but that's where the tree preservation will occur under this plan. And what I think generally is good, if you look at the yellow and green areas, they did try to preserve those along the areas where there are existing homes to the west. Next slide. Landscaping. The landscape plan, I won't go into a lot of detail. Like I said, they did preserve woodland areas, and they have added more trees than are required by ordinance. But the red circled areas on here are a couple of areas where the tree preservation, the existing trees, there are no existing trees, and we think additional landscaping is required in those areas to provide some buffers from those existing homes. Like I said, much of the tree preservation is well suited to continue to provide a buffer to those existing homes, but those red circles are 4 areas where I think additional landscaping would be warranted. They did do additional landscaping on the north near that development to the north on the northeast corner, and we're asking for sort of the same thing there. However, one of the challenges in that northeast corner is that it appears there's some conflicts with the trees and the deep utilities there. So we'll be continuing to work with them to make sure that we can get the landscaping we desire without creating problems with our infrastructure over the long term. Next slide, Mike. Signage. I want to be clear, these are not signs that they're proposing. I pushed them to give me some concept for maybe what the signage might look for this neighborhood. And so these were in your staff report. They had suggested signage at the 116 entrance, the Hackamore entrance, and then at the park entrance or the Horseshoe Lane street, and provided these as a general detail. And then also proposed as a benefit a welcome to Corcoran Gateway sign at the corner of Hackamore and 116. And so staff recommends approval of the entry signs at 116 and Hackamore, but not the two signs over by our park. We're going to want to have park signage that's consistent with city signage, so we don't recommend approval of those. I do like the idea of a gateway sign. Our our design guidelines talk about gateway signage. I like the design of the image on the bottom with the stone and sort of that more rural fence type feature. But I think the Planning Commission may want to talk about, it says Tavera Corcoran, and I feel like those might be opposite. I feel like it should be more boldly saying Corcoran and welcome to Corcoran, and maybe not Tavera on this corner sign. So that's something I think the Planning Commission may want to weigh in on. Next slide. Park dedication. The plan does show on-road, the comprehensive plan that is, shows on-road trails on 116 Hackamore and Horseshoe. And then it does show a north-south trail running through the area, which is generally the same alignment as the Three Rivers Park District alignment for the their trail. And so one of the things we were able to do with this project is move that trail, which is partially shown outside of this development, into the development so we can get it built as part of this project. And that would increase the trail width from our 8-foot wide city trail standard to a 10-foot wide trail, which is required by Three Rivers Park District. That would continue to be in a 20-foot easement. They do not get credit for the building the trail itself, but they do get credit for the area of the trail easement towards their park dedication. There is no neighborhood park in this area, but as we talked with them, it's up further on Bluebonnet, you can see on this map. We do think with the number of homes to have a neighborhood park would be valuable, and so they are showing that in their plans. Next slide, Mike. I'm not going to go through this because it was in the staff report. Generally, the sidewalk and trail plan is pretty good. It provides good connection through the development and within the development, but we are recommending some trail and sidewalk changes to make it easier to just stay on the trail the whole way and to limit conflicts with the sidewalk. We want to avoid the situation that we have in some other areas where you're on a trail, then you're on a sidewalk for a while, and then you get back on a trail. So most of these are things about alignment and shifting alignment for safety. The developer will build all of the trails in the development as part of the project, and they do get credit for the bituminous under our ordinance. They're required to build the base, but then they get credited for paving the actual bituminous portion of the trail. Next slide. In the center of the site, or the west central portion of the site, the developer is proposing, where that red star is, dedication of about a 4-acre neighborhood park. And again, while that wasn't originally on the comprehensive plan, we recommend acceptance of that neighborhood park as part of this project. Next slide. And as part of that dedication, we do want them to show a general park concept, but the city will work with the neighborhood to design the neighborhood park, just like we did with Wildflower in Ravinia. But we'd like to have some concept. And then we'd like to require, as one of the benefits of the PUD, for them to build a driveway to the western portion of the site and build a parking lot on the west, and widen that trail through the park with a couple of other trail connections. Next slide. Park dedication is required at 15% of the land area. So for a project of this size, it would be 28, almost 29 acres, or the equivalent value in cash. In this case, it will be a mix of both land and cash. The 4-acre park, the almost 2 acres of trails, remaining park dedication would be in cash, which is $1.8 million in park dedication, which would help pay for those improvements to Wildflower Park. Next slide. The preliminary plat. Mike, if you kind of take a look at that townhome development north of the park, again, you can see that there's a little envelope lot around the twin homes and then the larger area around it. The envelope lot is that unit lot I was talking about, and that larger area is that base lot for the twin homes, just for a sense of what I was talking about before. But this shows the lots and outlots in the development. Next slide. This is the phasing plan coming in off of 116 at Horseshoe Trail or 166. And phases 1 and 2 on the south side of that entrance and 3 on the on the north. It's getting late. Next slide. In summary, and I know while that was drinking from the fire hose, I know it just touched on the issues at a high level, but the general comments are that the plan is consistent with the concept plan in the EAW. There are a number of fairly significant conditions in the draft resolution which will result in plan changes. And so if it moves forward with these conditions, as we talked about earlier tonight, before the final plat came back, they'd have to show that they were complying with those preliminary approval conditions. If it moves forward, the city council will look at it at the end of the month, and if they approve it, then the next step would be to submit a final plat application and a final PUD development plan, and that's when we would work through the details of the development agreement. Next slide, Mike. So this is a PUD, and as I said at the beginning, a PUD is a tool that the city has to allow design flexibility in residential neighborhoods that wouldn't be possible under standard zoning. And that might mean it's providing a mix of uses that you couldn't do under standard zoning. It may improve public infrastructure, for example, by making off-site street improvements. But the benefits that you get from the PUD need to be able to offset the flexibility that they're asking for. And so the city does have a higher level of discretion in reviewing the application and making conditions that might result in some changes to the plan. So the options tonight are to approve as drafted by staff. We have a number of resolutions and ordinances drafted. The bulk of the conditions are in the PUD resolution. Option 2 is to approve with modifications. And option 3 would be to recommend denial and provide findings of fact for denial. Next slide, Mike. This is a public hearing. We did receive a letter and a follow-up email from Mike Lanterman. You received those. Those are entered into the record exactly as if he were to read them and give those comments tonight in the public hearing. Following the public hearing, taking testimony, staff does recommend approval of the request with the conditions outlined in the draft resolutions. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would take a breath, and myself, Kevin Mattson, Brad, Kent Torvey are here for questions to clarify before we open the public hearing, as is the applicant, if there was something specific for him before the public hearing.
You're on mute, Dean.
Sorry, man, I always forget that. Thank you, Kendra. Very well done once again. I know it's a lot. May I suggest that in the interest of time, while I know that we all would all love to just start piling on questions, maybe we should just move right to the public hearing. And because we're all going to have questions once we get into discussion period anyway. So maybe commissioners, if you don't mind, hold on to your questions and comments for staff, our professionals. And if there's no objection, I would suggest we open up the public hearing.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I think that's the right move. These people have been waiting a long time to talk.
Yeah, right.
And you guys are making, you know, $0 an hour, but you've signed up for this. So, So with that, dial *9 on your phone or the raise hand feature at this time, and Mike will let people in one by one.
Chair, if you're ready, I'll start with our first hand raised. We have Mark Lanterman. I'll just ask you to just state your name for the record as well as your address, even though I did just state your name. And go ahead whenever you're ready.
Looks like it's still muted, Mike.
There we go.
Mark, are you there? Mark, are you there? I'm not sure what's happening there.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. Sorry about that, technology. Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission, my name is Mark Lanterman. My family and I reside at 6936 Oak Ridge Road. As someone said when the meeting was called to order, none of us want to be burning the midnight oil, so I'll keep my comments brief, and I thank you for this opportunity. As the member of the commission are aware, I sent a letter addressing my primary concern that Lennar is requesting much more than what we hear being called as flexibility or relaxation from the city code as to lot sizes. Rather, Lennar is asking for a significant departure from the code in an effort to cram as many homes onto this property as possible. The code prescribes a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet for residential RSF3 zoning, which I understand will be zoning for the property after PUD. In other words, it won't be PUD forever. Here, Lennar is requesting that dozens, if not hundreds, of housing units are set atop lots as small as 2,100 feet. That is square feet. That is a 72% decrease from the current code requirement. This is not what some are calling flexibility. Rather, this is a significant variance from the code. Look at the city slides 43 and 44. These slides literally show red line edits to the city code. Also, Lennar won't have to, as described tonight, eliminate a product type. These immense variances are not warranted. In order to obtain a variance, Lennar must show, among other things, and according to Corcoran City Code section 970.030, quote, that there are practical difficulties in complying with the zoning ordinance. I was fortunate enough to speak to Paul from Lennar, who's on this call, last week. And I asked about the reasoning for asking for variances as to lot sizes, and Paul told me that it was because of, quote, wetlands, woodlands, and the general topography of the property. Well, this explanation doesn't make sense to me, and it shouldn't make sense to you. Indeed, Lennar could build fewer homes without needing to ask the city for, quote, flexibility. They are able to comply, or they were able to comply with the Ravinia neighborhood. Why can't they do the same with Trevera? In my view, there is no reason for the request for a variance in lot size other than pure profit. I think that is plainly evident. And profit or, quote, economic considerations is not a practical difficulty as defined by Corcoran City Code section 1070.040 subdivision 2. I certainly couldn't get a variance for something on my property just by saying, well, this will help my business, so why can Lennar? My position about lot sizes as being a way to maximize profits is unfortunately further supported by a 2014 federal investigation in which Lennar was charged by the federal government for violations of the False Claims Act. I have supplied these court documents to the city manager, and I have asked for them to be shared with this commission. In short, Lennar originated and underwrote bad loans. Lennar's bad loans are often cited as a contributing factor to the housing crisis. Lennar settled that investigation for $13.2 million. I am a former federal law enforcement agent, having served as a supervisor with the United States Secret Service Electronic Crimes Task Force, and I am currently a professor at the University of St. Thomas School of Law. And I can tell you that settlements like this are not paid, and the federal government does not prosecute cases in the first place unless claims are well supported. Now listen, I do not condemn Lennar or any business for that matter for making a profit. I think developers can do a lot of good here in Corcoran, and I am sure they employ a lot of people, but that is no reason for Corcoran to rewrite its current laws. The code itself says that economic considerations don't cut it for the grant of a variance, and let's call it what it is. It's a variance. It's not flexibility like I've heard mentioned numerous times tonight. So I don't think that Corcoran should grant such a significant variance, and I respectfully request that this commission recommend to the council that Lennar be invited to bring the preliminary plat into compliance with the code as to lot size requirements. And just in closing, I know some may argue that this is what townhomes look like here and elsewhere. We even heard comments tonight during this meeting that this is how townhomes look in Maple Grove. Well, the Corcoran City Code set out specific lot size requirements so that Corcoran is never mistaken for Maple Grove. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lanterman. Your comments are much appreciated, and as we did with the previous one, after all of the public hearing comments are done, our professional staff will try to answer or address as many of those as they can immediately after we close the public hearing. So with that being said, Mike, do we have a call or two?
Chair, we currently do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Oh.
We just got another one though. Take that back.
Okay.
All right. So our next one up is going to be Greg Hoagland. Again, please state your name again and your address, and you can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Greg Hoagland. I'm at 19220 Hackamore Road. I've been fortunate enough to watch more 14, 15 rounds of this because I live next to the Ravinia development, and I've watched the entire process going through. So I have three comments tonight. Number one, this is to Brad in the city of Corcoran. On your website, you have a 65 meg document that needs to be downloaded to actually access the code for the meeting tonight. That should be placed in a more prominent position on the website so people could actually access it, and just a suggestion. Two, can the council comment on the city's lawsuit or process with eminent domain to take and run the sewer from Ravinia over to this process, because in my mind it's controversial, and I'd love to hear from the council members their opinion on the of using eminent domain to again benefit a strategic partner of the city, i.e. Lennar. And lastly, if anyone here is listening to this and has went through the gauntlet to get into the site, let alone listen to this, if what's going to happen right now is they'll discuss it up till midnight and it'll be voted 5-0. So if anyone's under the opinion that this is not going to be pushed forward tonight, you're sadly mistaken. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments again, Mr. Hoagland. Mike, anybody else?
I do not have anyone else with their hand currently raised.
And again, it's *9 on the phone or the hand raised activity, as mentioned earlier. Just maybe wait another minute.
Okay.
Anybody yet, Mike?
I have nothing.
Yep, so Mr. Chair. Looks like someone raised a thumb, so.
Yes, let me call on currently listed as NA. Please state your
good evening.
name, address, and go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, hi, this is Nick Ashworth. I live in Foxbury Farms in Medina, so my address is 4760 Medina Lake Drive. I have a question and a couple of comments. The gentleman from Lennar mentioned that a neighborhood survey was done south of the proposed development, and I was curious if and when that occurred. I was not aware of that. And secondly, I guess just voicing concerns about the development and the density of the development. Specifically, if I look at what's proposed very close to us, we're right at the north end of Foxbury Farms. I can, walk 25 paces and be in Corcoran. The density of that development and the quality of that development concerns me. It's not consistent with an area we moved to 10 years ago when we relocated here. And the reason we chose the Medina Corcoran area was because of the zoning and low density and the rural nature of the development and the surrounding areas. So I just see this as a deterioration of the pastoral kind of tranquil lifestyle we have out here, and it's turning us into a Plymouth or a Maple Grove. And those places didn't attract us 10 years ago, and so I guess I would like to see single family homes, not high density townhomes right on the corner next to us. Thanks. I yield the floor.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, and I know that some of us have danced around some conversations about comparability of what happens in Medina versus what happens in Corcoran, and certainly don't have all the answers there, but we'll try to hopefully that can be addressed. Mike, anyone else?
Chair, I'm just going through, but I do not see anyone else with their hand raised at this time.
All right. Well, again, maybe, I'd love to give 5 minutes, but if we've run out of people, I don't know how much more time we want to wait at 10:30 at night here.
Yeah, I think Chair, just Mike, maybe one final last check, and then I think we're good to close the hearing.
Yes, Chair, I show no one with their hand raised.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, well, the chair will entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Do I hear a first?
So moved. Darren Kemp.
All right, second? I'll second it. Jacobs?
Second, Dickman.
All right, roll call vote. Chair Jacobs, I vote yay. Commissioner Dickman?
Yay.
Commissioner Schulak?
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp?
Yay.
Commissioner Wu?
Yes.
All right, the public hearing is now closed. Thank you. All right, Commissioner comments, questions. Just before we go down the line, as we have, I just want to say and this is in no means trying to limit anybody's time or content of the questions, but I did have a conversation with Kendra today, and you know, she kind of gave me some clarity as to how I started to bring this forward, and maybe our inclination individually is, you know, we've kind of been through some of these issues with Ravinia. I don't like this style of housing. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. I want to say no. And that's fine if that's where you're at or get to at the end of this. But I did ask her that if we deny the PUD under the current zoning down there, Lennar or anybody can still go in there and with those, they can institute, you know, the multifamily residential District 3. So they can do townhomes. So there's nothing here necessarily that we can do to stop Lennar or anybody from making a request or an application to build those property types. And if we deny the PUD, you know, Lennar can still go through, but then we've taken out maybe some of the benefits that we want to seek from it, and they're only going to be held to the lot widths for each one of the rezonings that are allowed down there. So with that being said, but what she said is to me is, what would it take for you to go forward with a recommendation to the city council to approve the PUD? And from that viewpoint, I know that I've kind of come up with a list of things that I might suggest to this commission, and you know, love to have those debates and discussions. And if they make it into a resolution or my ultimate denial, that so be it. But what I'm going to, in my comments, is try to stay away from colors and things like that. I'm going to be looking at the benefits that have been suggested and some of the major impacts that are coming forward. But what I would like to do here for our initial, I'm going to go backwards this time, and I'll make myself last.
Mr. Chair, if I can jump in, sorry, and I apologize. Meredith made it through the chat function, made a very good point that we haven't addressed any of the comments from the public hearing. So I just want to bring that out if you wanted us to address them so people could drop off. I apologize.
Yep, you're right. I'm sorry, Brad. I forgot. I wanted to get into it, but please, by all means, address the questions.
So thank you, Commissioner Wu, for talking us that. Kendra, do you want to take the lead again on that?
Sure. The first speaker, I want to clarify something again. There is a very distinct difference between a variance and a PUD. And the distinction is in the process, which is outlined in the code. Yes, they both give ways to modify the standards in the ordinance, but the PUD is a different tool that's outlined in the zoning ordinance, and you do not need to show that you meet the variance standards. That's a different tool, completely unrelated to a PUD. The PUD has its own set of standards, which we outlined, but the variance standards are not part of that. And it's a legally different concept. And so keep that in mind. There are some departures, but again, I would still say that I don't have the information from Lennar, but part of the variation that he was referencing is for the unit lots versus the base lot. And I think that is going to kind of even out, but still is a flexibility. And then we're evaluating tonight the application, not the applicant. And so our job as the city tonight is to review the application in front of us and how that fits with our ordinance requirements under the PUD. The lawsuit for that reason is not relevant to our discussion tonight. Greg Hoagland, I think Brad, those might be for you. And I think the third comments were not specifically questions, but comments take under advisement.
Sure, and thanks for the comments about the website. We always appreciate that. Regarding eminent domain, that's a conversation at the policy level that the council discussed, and after a couple of years worth of consideration. And as far as the vote, I can't predict that. Regarding the neighborhood survey, I believe, and maybe that's a question for Paul Tabone since it was a Lennar meeting, it was Corcoran residents to the south. I don't think invites went across Hackamore. So that's my understanding of that. So I think that hits the items, Mr.
Pretty
Chair.
much it? Okay. I would advise anybody that made comments, of course, our folks at City Hall and professional staff will certainly make themselves available to you if you have other questions or would like to discuss these issues further. And I would suggest you do that as you so desire. So,
Chair, if I may,
yes.
we do have a hand up if you'd like to take any other comments.
We do. I'm sorry. We have a handout.
A hand up. Sorry, a raised hand.
Oh, okay. Well, certainly. I don't want to deny anybody that opportunity. We haven't gotten into our discussion, so why not?
That's the idea.
Sure. One moment, please. Mark Lanterman, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay this time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First, just to Ms. Lindahl, with all due respect, I don't think it's your role to determine whether or not my comments are relevant to this discussion. They're relevant to me, and they should be relevant to this commission. It is relevant based on what Lennar is asking for and the reasons why they're asking for it. We are all well aware that it is a separate issue, PUD versus RSF3. And why even include references to RSF3 zone in your slides if this is not relevant? Thank you for your time on this.
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend we keep the public hearing closed at this point. We don't need to get in a point where staff are taking shots. We have legal advice on these things, and we're telling you factual things based upon conversations with the city attorney and things of those nature. So I'd recommend those at this point. Those comments are not helpful, and if Mark wants to talk to me, he knows exactly how to contact me, and I'd be happy to have those conversations.
Okay, agreed. All right, very good. All right, so on to our commission discussion and recommendation. Let's just to change things up. We'll start backwards this time. Commissioner Wu, would you like to start?
Well, I have questions for the applicant, for Paul. I wanted to know, how did the neighborhood meetings go Honestly, I thought we'd get more call-ins tonight. So I'm thinking that a lot of the questions from the nearby communities were addressed at these meetings, and I would appreciate to hear more about the feedback at those neighbourhood meetings from Lana, please. So that's one question. The second one is, several questions, is why do you need the rear setbacks changed? Why are you seeking that on all of the housing types? I'd like to hear why Lenara is asking for that. I visited Ravinia today, and the clubhouse is just a wonderful amenity, apparently a real selling draw for people coming to the community. Why was there no clubhouse for Tavera? Of course, I'm going to ask that. It's a lovely amenity. Why isn't Tavera getting it? I'd like to hear that from Lana. And why are there no cul-de-sac islands? I know that we don't currently require those, but I think that they're just a really nice touch for these cul-de-sacs, makes them look less suburban. Apparently people at Ravinia really like them. In fact, they feel very a sense of ownership over the land there, and they don't want to see people letting their dogs use these areas. So, you know, just more questions about the quality of the design that's going into Tavera that I've seen at Ravinia, but not seeing in the plans here. So those are my questions for now.
Mr. Chair, would you like, we can.
I would welcome, yeah, I would welcome Paul the opportunity to respond directly, and anything that staff, our professionals and yourself have to add to her questions. Yep.
Paul, do you want to answer the question about the neighborhood amenity center?
Yeah, I can answer all those, Brad. So as far as the neighborhood meetings, I did take notes of the questions. So as far as the neighborhood meetings, they went pretty well. It was a typical concerns, I guess, that you hear from a community proposal of this magnitude. Questions on traffic, stormwater, product type. There were questions on, you know, why this layout, why this land use, the townhomes, the twin homes, the attached type stuff. There was the question about the lawsuit, which we did dig into a little bit, but I don't need to go into that. But generally it was a pretty good discussion with everybody. I think we did notify based on the city's mailing radius. So I worked on that with Brad and Mike to kind of work through that distribution list and get those flyers out. I think in the first neighborhood meeting, we had 2 or 3 residents. In the second neighborhood meeting, we had somewhere between 10 and 15, and they communicated the issues that they had. Actually, some of the, now that I'm thinking about it, some of the landscaping changes that Kendra's recommending were brought up for screening purposes as well. That was a concern that we'll work to address on the landscape stuff. So overall, I would like to think that the meetings went well, and a lot of typical concerns that get brought up at public hearings were potentially answered and addressed prior to this evening. As far as the rear setbacks question goes, there's kind of 2 main reasons why we're proposing that. The first one is we do have another community with villa product, and last year we ran into an issue where our typical villas, or a lot of our villa plans, or a lot of our homes have like a morning room or a porch or a sunroom option. And what ended up happening is we were finding that residents were interested in putting I'll call it a 4-season porch, like a 4-season porch option onto the back of the home. And that fit just fine on the home site, but then they were also interested in putting a deck off the back. And so in some of those situations, what ended up happening is the porch came off the back of the home, and then the deck went off the back of the porch. And so it was encroaching into the established 30-foot rear yard setback. And so the intention there is to allow flexibility for somebody who wishes to add more outdoor living space behind the home. And kind of dovetailing into that, it's not an uncommon thing in a lot of areas where you have an accessory structure such as a patio or a deck that can encroach into a rear setback and is not counted as part of the principal structure. And talking with Kendra, kind of through that, Corcoran doesn't have that mechanism in their code, so we're requesting it so it doesn't become a problem later if and when one of our buyers wants to add additional outdoor living space such as a deck onto the back of the home. The clubhouse amenity, we're kind of trying to focus on some more natural features in this community. While the clubhouse is a nice amenity, it kind of depends on, we do our market studies on who they serve and if it would be utilized. They are an additional HOA cost as well. So the decision was made to not have one in this particular community. Doesn't mean we wouldn't do it again. But that was just kind of, at the end of the day, when we were laying this out, that was kind of the decision that was made. And then the cul-de-sac islands, excuse me, the cul-de-sac islands, we elected to leave those out because our perception was that they seemed to get kind of problematic in Ravinia. I think when they were originally proposed, there was irrigation being proposed to all of them, and that started to create some concerns on our end with installation and potential future maintenance. There were a couple of times where, we were trying to change landscaping and that wasn't received well. So we're trying to put them where it makes sense, but maybe not in the middle of every single cul-de-sac in the middle of the community. So it was kind of more of a streamlining mechanism, just trying to keep things a little bit more simplified and straightforward with this community proposal. I hope that I've answered your questions.
Meredith?
Yes, you have. Dean, so now my comment is to Dean. So Dean, will I get another chance to speak, or do I comment now as far as comments leading up to vote?
Meredith, you on the floor, and as we did before, so we're going to go through and everybody is going to get a chance to own the floor, ask questions of staff and Paul, and then we'll go through that twice, and then we'll have discussion amongst ourselves, and then we'll hopefully get to a point where we can take a vote. So yes, we'll come back to you. Otherwise, the floor is still yours. If you have questions for Brad or Kendra or whatnot, by all means, ask away.
Well, I don't have any more questions directed towards Lennar. I think that I'm going to hold for now and listen to other comments brought up by the other commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Meredith. Commissioner Varenkamp, mic is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to thank Lennar for the work that they've done for all of the open space. I'm going to say conservation. Tremendous amount of outlots here. A lot of things saved throughout. I listened hard to the public talking about way too high of density and those kind of things. I like this better than the clear cutting of this land that could have been done and then houses placed differently or within our standard setbacks. So I do like that. Kendra, can you help me? I am trying to understand the one parcel on 116, about 3/4 of the way down. There's one lot there that is not part of this. You know what I'm talking about?
I think you're referring to the Tice property, which actually is now part of the project.
Okay, no, I heard Tice and I thought that's where they were. And that is all part of this development. I was just wanting to make sure they did not get landlocked or anything in amongst all of this stuff. So I think Corcoran is doing a pretty good job. I've been on this planning commission now since September, I think, August last year. I know Lennar, Kendra, and our staff has worked awful hard to get this package to us tonight. And like I've said in the past, it's nice to see the open space, the trees, and those kind of things preserved, and the give and take between the city and the developer. I think this is a good mix of that. So thank you for the time, Chair Jacobs. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Commissioner Schulak, you're up.
Sorry about that. So right now we're, first of all, I commend you for not getting into color chips and siding samples and things like that. That's so basically we're just looking at whether to go with the proposed amendments or concessions that are sought by Lennar. My question is this going to make a precedent further down the road if we make these changes, 5, 7, 10 changes? Are they going to become law then for all people, or are we making the exception just for now, and then the next person comes in line has to request the same changes or variances or PUD changes?
Well, if I may take the first swing at that pitch, I would say this, Jim. Every development we've had, within the MUSA line has been a PUD. And, I can understand maybe some of the arguments about, we just keep rewriting things. Will we ever see someone come in and buy a plot of land and then develop it as it's zoned? I don't really know. I don't have the answer for that. That's my first swing. Kendra, Brad?
Well, what I would say, and what the city attorney would say, is that a PUD is a unique zoning district unique to that project. So to your question about does it set a precedent, it doesn't, because it's a zoning district for that particular project. Certainly we look to other developments, and it may affect as we in the future how we might amend ordinances based on if we see a lot of this type of request. That's something the council and the commission should look at, but it's not precedent setting because it's a balance of, on this particular property, if we give them this flexibility, we get Y, and does that result in a quality neighborhood that meets the criteria of the PUD zoning district in section 104140. So it's really contract zoning for this particular project.
Okay. The only other comment that I had is Paul said that they're saving 52% of the woodlands. Well, we're saving 100% right now. And the trees that he's going to plant are going to be, I presume, younger trees. And so there's probably a lot of mature trees that are in the woodlands right now that are home to birds and chipmunks and things. And anyhow, it's getting late. So that's all my questions and comments at this time.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Dickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my comments are related to what Paul had mentioned as far as Commissioner Wu's question around no clubhouse, wanting to have natural features. I guess I would slightly disagree with my fellow Commissioner Verkamp and agree with Commissioner Schulak that while looking at the total numbers, it appears that the tree preservation looks good. If you look at our 2040 comp plan, specifically identified as was in the slides by staff, the economically, the ecologically significant areas, excuse me, there's 39.5 acres today that sit in areas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12, and 13 on the tree preservation plan. Within that tree preservation plan, Lennar's contracted group to review the woodlands, Midwest Natural Resources, called 2 of those areas that are pretty much going to be clear-cutted as mesic oak forests. So this wasn't like tree area or shrub cover or buffer. These were called forests. And these are going to be 90% taken out. I think in order for me to get on board with any type of PUD flexibility and thinking about rural character, thinking broadly for Corcoran, thinking about natural features, as Paul said, is going to be a highlight for this community, I'd like to see a lot more effort and work, even if at the expense of lots and units, around these areas that were identified by the comp plan as ecologically significant areas, and specifically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12, and 13, up to and including an amendment that I would need to even consider voting for this, some type of conservation easement, which I know has been used in other cities as part of an HOA agreement. And considering that there's not going to be a clubhouse and some of these other things for fees, I know when I drive into my city, coming south to north on 116, if you look at areas 1 and 2, if you look at areas 12 and 13, those are all visible from County Road 16. I'd rather see a forest than a sign. And then if you consider areas 4, 5, and 3, I understand 3 is going to have challenges with 66 and the horseshoe connection, plus the north-south road that's going to have to connect the community. But if you truly wanted to keep buffer, I think there could be a lot more done to preserve areas 3, 4, and 5, specifically areas 4 and 5, which border on Hackamore. Specifically, if you research what the Minnesota DNR says about ecological principles, what the applicant is actually proposing is a lot of fragmented vegetation or edges, not things that would consider significantly benefit forested areas, especially when you consider areas 1, 3, 4, 5, 12, and 13 are all bordering or adjacent to wetland areas. So I'm not opposed to style, color, paint chips, garage sizing. I do think using the PUD piece is once we destroy these 70, 80, 90-year-old forests that have moved from pasture and farmland into beautiful forests, once that's gone, it's hard to replace that with some high bush cranberries and a few red maple trees on the front of somebody's yard. And I hate to see that valuable natural resource specifically identified by the comp plan and given guidelines by Minnesota DNR to go away. So I think I need a little more efforting around acreage preserved in those 39.5 acres identified in the comp plan, or some type of conservation easement, especially in lieu of the fact that there's no clubhouse or other amenities than just a park. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Dickman. Okay. Well, I think you and I have some similar thoughts. I'll kind of go through this again from the perspective of, as I've looked at these PUDs, and it is upon the applicant to tell us why a PUD is necessary to develop this lot. Why do we have to do this? Otherwise, because the assumption is that, well, it can't be done without it. I don't think anybody really wants to believe that. I don't think there's anything about the topography that says that a PUD is required to develop any one of these things, any one of these parts. Is it required to get sewer and water down there? Yes. Kendra and I have discussed it. They're going to have to bring it 1,400 feet from east to west and then twice underneath County Road 116. I don't think it's quite the heavy lift that they had to do to get it down to Ravinia, but that is a benefit. And then they're going to have to upsize those utilities then to bring them to the outskirts of it. And again, we discussed that. So I'm going to give them credit, you know, for that as a benefit to the community at large. But you know, when you go through the PUD and you know, they're supposed to show to us why is this PUD necessary to develop it, and then what are the benefits to the community, and then here's the flexibility they're asking for. In its basic terms, I don't really see a lot from Lennar that specifically details a lot of why the PUD is required for this. I think, and I think that was, you know, given by Mr. Lanterman on the north side. He made a comment about that. You know, I don't know if I buy that argument. But to get down specifically, I kind of broke this down, you know, again, this idea that it has to be for the benefit of the community, I think is a little bit misplaced. The benefits to anybody here are to the benefits of the adjacent property owners and the community and the neighborhood itself. Because unless they're building a hospital or a strip mall or any other community activity center outside of a park, this has to be for the benefit of them. And so looking at that, I had basically two primary concerns and goals. And so for me to get on board to recommend approval of this PUD, those were one, first and foremost, the existing adjacent residents to this. And I take issue with it because I put myself in those shoes just here at my own property. You have a lot of money in some cases invested in a home. You have a view. You don't, you know, you're looking over wide open spaces. We hear this a lot. And now all of a sudden, before you know it, you're going to have a sea of rooftops. And I think that the best goal here is to try to provide that buffer. Now, I asked Kendra earlier today, I said, why is it that there's, you know, I mean, and she gave us in the report a list of areas that they would like to see additional buffering. I agree with every single one of them, with the exception of, I might add a couple more lots down there on the south side to that. But, you know, when you take a look at the north, actually, I drove every single one of these today. I walked a lot of fields to take a look at this. And I think in order to, you know, minimize the impact visually and privacy wise, I think it is incumbent upon the developer to do above and beyond to do those, to make that buffer. Now, it's easy for them to say, well, we're going to put in 900 trees when only 600 are required. But if we're talking about 6-foot trees and you're trying to buffer an area that's 400, 500, 600 feet long, you could put in, you know, you could put in twice as many trees, and it's going to take so long for that, you know, this new reality to get covered. My suggestion to get on board is that the trees become larger. Instead of ball and burlapped, I'd like to see the buffer zones include trees that are spaded in, okay? That these are big, direct impact now, and it's not going to take 20 years to do that. You know, again, sticking with the adjacent residents, and we could go through it. Maybe I'll just spare you all from these adjacent areas, but I think what I would like to see, and it doesn't have to be, it's really maybe a volunteer thing from the existing residents, but I'd like to maybe see that every single property get addressed from their perspective of what they would like to see. This isn't a one size fits all. Some of these homes have great natural cover. Some of them have none at all. And depending upon the elevation, I don't think you could say, well, we're gonna build a berm 4 feet high, and then we're gonna put all these 6-foot deciduous or coniferous trees on there, and that's gonna take care of the problem. I think, and because these are acreage lots and stuff, I think that they need to have that special attention. I talked to numerous owners today, and you could see that it's not gonna fit everybody. And I think there's some good to that, where you can concentrate more effort and money to those that need more, and those that need less is putting the resources, I think, where it's most needed. And I think that the adjacent homeowners are going to get some inherent satisfaction knowing that their issues and their concerns were addressed directly with them. Now, if they don't want to go through that and they just want the standard, they're okay with the standard, buffer package, so be it. But I think they ought to be able to have that opportunity to meet with the developer and their landscape artists and look at that. And I would even suggest that not only in bumping up those trees to bigger trees other than just simply ball and burlaps you bring in on a pickup truck, that they also maybe, if you're trying to block out 200 feet of scope of view, field of vision, and but you just don't want to see those houses from your deck, as I have done in my past with my home, if you put those trees closer to your area, you shorten that scope, that field of vision. And you're going to get something what maybe doesn't require as big of a tree and not nearly as many of a trees, and it's going to be more impactful now. And so the question maybe that has to be answered by Kendra and Paul and whatnot is whether or not, if an owner says, you know what, I don't need you to put them along out there because these are acreage. Those people might be 200 feet from the property line. But if they could put a berm up that's only 100 feet away from their deck and their back door, that would probably do a lot more to satisfy their needs. Is it possible for the developer to maybe make or plant trees and berms or whatever that would be on an adjacent homeowner's property instead of just over the property line on the development side? I don't know the answer to that, but I'm going to just throw that out there. Now, the other issue I had is the trees. This is certainly some beautiful areas, and I'm saddened to see that we're going to lose a lot of really magnificent areas here. And I will kind of mimic, I think, Commissioner Dickman. While anytime you see this green, that's good. But for the most part, and I think all you have to do is go look at Foxbury Farms. And Kendra, I know that we talked about that earlier. I think you said that Foxbury Farms was maybe sewer or well and septic. And I talked with some other people today, and they told me that it was actually, they do have sewer and water in there. But here's the distinction between the two neighborhoods, and we heard that as a comment from the resident in Foxbury. Foxbury, whoever did that development, the only way I can easily describe it is they carved a neighborhood into the woods. And I've always admired that neighborhood. I thought it's been great. And you see a lot of that in Edina or Medina and Minnetonka or early Minnetonka. Independence and stuff, where developers are going in and they're saving the trees because that becomes an amenity to the property, regardless of its density, whether you're building one house or 10. They go out of their way to preserve trees, especially, huge giant oaks and elms. I can't help but describe Lennar as a slash and burn kind of developer. They're going to take large chunks of trees, they're going to cut them out, they're going to flatten the land. That makes it efficient for not only working it, but utilities, design, and of course it's going to maximize the number of units they get in there. If you were to take those areas, I'm sorry here, folks, 1 and 2, a developer that wanted to try to preserve, the biggest oak trees in there, they would have designed that neighborhood, that street, or that cul-de-sac to be developed in such a way as to try to preserve that. Except for that little green area up there in the northwest corner of 2, there is not a single tree that's recommended to be preserved in there anywhere for any of those homes that are on those streets. As it is related to area 1, obviously they're taking a bunch of red out, but if you look at the green, that's a hill. And the difference I have with the amount of preserved woodlands that Lennar is claiming, 46%. I'd have to say I'm gonna kind of call them out on this, because there are clearly areas that they won't cut because it doesn't make sense to cut it. It doesn't make sense to cut some of the trees in area 12 because those are hills. You can't cut the areas, say in area 13 or along 116 because, and that's green. Well, that's a creek. And you could, once you get down into 4, 5, it's complicated, but clearly they're making some wholesale cuttings in there for the purpose of getting some trees in there. Again, I give them credit, but I'm not going to give them 46%. I won't go out on the limb and say they're conservationists. And as far as like the yellows, now we're not talking big acreage here, but if you take a look at 7 and 6, 1 or 11, or 10 and 9, these were areas that they're all wetlands and they're not going to get to anyway. And so to say that we're a preservationist because we're not going to cut those down, you wouldn't cut them down anyway. And so to say that you're a preservationist and it's for the benefit of the neighborhood, I'm not going to say the community, but for the neighborhood, there should have been consideration in some of these streets to maybe try to preserve, say, your biggest elks or oak trees and your biggest elm trees. So with that being said, I do have a couple of things that I'd like to see now, when they go through and start cutting this out, you're going to go in there. I'd like to see the oak trees and the elms and oaks, anything, a black cherry tree, if that's a high value tree, your maples. But if it can be ball and burlapped, if it's small enough, or it can be reasonably spaded and moved, I'd like to see those. Now, preservation is when you take those trees and instead of cutting them down or bulldozing them down, you're going to actually keep those trees and relocate them somewhere else in the neighborhood. You're going to have all of these buffered areas. Why not stick some oak trees in there that came from the area? That's what I call preservation. Now, I read in here, if you go to the tree preservation notes that are drafted by Pioneer Engineering, they talk about, that, no fill should be placed against this and that and the other thing. I think the staff report noted that any of these areas that are going to be preserved, that they be fenced off. Now, and that the arborist is going to be on site. I don't know how much I can trust that's actually going to happen, but I guess what I would like to see, since these are sensitive areas and they are some of our best areas, I'd like to see that before any of that's done, they have a tree inventory. I'd like to have those trees, spray painted with a mark that can't be cut down, by a ribbon. I'd like to see them again fenced off if that's reasonable, and that be conducted and oversawn by the people either that are the architects for this, or that MNR, whoever is responsible for that, but that they oversee that we're not going to leave this to some field manager from Lennar. I think we all remember the cul-de-sac thing. How did you not put any plants in there, and how did you forget to put in the irrigation system? Well, it was a field manager's mistake. Let's not have that here. You cut that tree down, you can't fix it. So what I would like to see is that the neighbors get special attention to their own particular needs for buffering. I'd like to see, where necessary, that the biggest trees that can be brought in. And again, you bring in a bigger tree, maybe it's less trees. Maybe in the long run it saves them money. I don't know. But these people need to be insured as much as possible. It's not going to take 20 years to block out, 100 rooftops 30 feet from their home. And that if possible, maybe there be some creative things, like maybe putting a couple of trees directly on their lot, if that'll accomplish some of their scenic buffering goals. And that we do everything we can to try to preserve these trees, or at least on these areas, especially in 1 and 2 and down there in 3, that if you're gonna put houses in there and you have to take down some trees, but maybe some of our biggest one, maybe you don't have to cut that down. Maybe you could leave it, for the neighbor. That would be great to see some effort made to try to save some of the best, without just, again, slash and burn type of logging here. And then, once again, you lose it. So that's what it'd take. A couple other small things. I do not, I guess, and it's, maybe no big deal. I don't agree with easing up on the garage square footage. Now, there is, of course, in the staff report that for those units that are built on grade, they have to have a garage that meets 540 square feet. I suppose that is because you don't have a basement for storage, and the most logical place is in the garage. I want to know, is Lennar made plans in their lot widths and whatnot for those types of units that might have grade, slab on grade? Will they be able to provide the 540 square feet? And with that, the idea that we're going to move garages from 20 feet to 19 feet doesn't sound like a big deal, but again, I don't understand why you would want to do it anyway. To say that it's based on market demand, I've never in my life ever heard anybody say, you know what, that 20-foot garage is just too much space. I'd like to have less area. I just don't know that happens in the real world. As it relates to the setbacks for townhomes, because you're talking about some of the most dense development that we've allowed in the city so far, I think to push those things 10 feet apart when 30 or 20 are required, I think this is where we need to maybe allow the space to happen so that even these big multi-family units are not on top of one another. We need to kind of space them up. So if the requirement is 20 feet or 30 feet, I think that all the setbacks for the townhome should be preserved. I like the gateway sign, but I think that we must ensure that it's excellent in design, its materials and image and function. And I would like to see Corcoran on it as far as, what, Lennar or Tavera might be on there. If it is much smaller letters in the bottom, but, welcome to Corcoran, I could see that as being a benefit for the community, one of the few. I saw the report. The staff is recommending that they be held to the city requirement or standard for no early grading, or, I'll be flexible on it, but they recommend to stick with, until final approval. I'm willing to support that. And I got rear setback at 25 feet. Again, I'm flexible on that. But those are the things that would get me to maybe move this forward into a PUD. So with that, those are my comments. And if Kendra or Brad, if anybody has any comments on it, please give them to me. Otherwise, we'll go through the line one more time.
Mr. Chair, it might be fair at this point to see if Paul wanted to respond to some of those concerns.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry, Paul.
Remember the difficulties that they need to prove a little more to you all tonight.
Sure. So, Mr. Chair, I was taking notes. You covered a lot of ground there. So I'll do the best that I can to try to address and kind of comment on your comments. So I think the first one was kind of related to buffering as far as existing residents go or existing boundaries go. And so we did hear that during the neighborhood meeting, and staff has made suggestions on how we can further buffer and incorporate the landscaping that we're proposing. I guess, do you have any specific areas that are, if I'm looking at the landscape plan, because I do have it in front of me, we have a pretty significant tree line on the north and along the northern neighborhood there. Along 116, we have a pretty significant tree line. Down to the south on the corner, we have those townhomes, and there's a pretty significant line there. We have one at the secondary access along Hackamore. But if you do look at the site plan and the way that the home sites are configured, we did try to use the wetland areas as natural screening. And you'll see that the homes are kind of oriented, a lot of them facing those wetlands, so that while you may not be able to plant directly behind them, there are quite a bit of home sites that are butting up to wetland area. So we did take that into account. And so you had brought up maybe spaded trees or berming. We can certainly look into that. It gets a little difficult. I've been in situations before where we offer to plant trees on adjacent properties, but that, based on our experience, it doesn't work too well because there's always something that happens with it. Somebody gets irritated with equipment in the yard, or once the trees are in, they don't like them, or they want to move them around. So it does get very difficult to deal with every single property owner that's butting up to the adjacent or adjoining property that we may be looking to develop. So it is easier to try to handle the screening on our side of the property line.
Okay, hey Paul, let me just clarify. So I didn't have any notes or comments about anything that borders 116 or Hackamore. So
Okay.
let me, and Kendra knows what I'm talking about. So the only ones I talked to, and I talked to as many people as I could find that were adjacent up in Oak Ridge, right?
Okay.
Now,
and Oak Ridge is the northern community, correct?
Right. So
Okay.
We're looking at 4 lots.
Yep.
4 homes. And the one that's going to need the most is going to be the one that's on the west. If you look at the ones to the east, closest to 116, and Mr. Lenterman, he's kind of half and half, part of his has great screening, but then the other, he's kind of angled and he looks out towards the southwest. He'll have some view, because you have to kind of take this thing in the perspective of, it right now, boy, it looks great because it's summer. But, with all these deciduous trees, when winter comes, they're going to lose a lot of that cover. And so maybe the coniferous trees, planted, now I know that they have some good oaks. But anyway, as you go from east to west, and of course there's an elevation change, and I can't say, oh yeah, you got to put in a berm here, because I don't know what the elevation of that northern tier of houses is going to be. And that's why I say, it's much more targeted if each one is handled based on its own unique characteristics. And when you look at the whole thing, so you got 4 lots up there. The next one I was at would be on Elm Street down there. And there, Kendra has suggested that there be some additional berming, so it'd be on the west side of Street A, that is impacting 1, 2, 3, 4 lots on Elm Street. And I talked with owners there, and they had some unique ideas about what they would like to see, but they don't have a lot of natural screening there, unlike Oak Ridge does up on the top. So there you're talking, 4 homes. The other ones that she suggested are down on Street C, and it's in that cul-de-sac. Kind of iffy there, actually. I couldn't, hard to see because there's generally trees down in there, but she made the recommendation, and maybe I'm not suggesting that, again, everything has to be maybe looked at just from their own view. The other one, Paul, was Trail Lane. And so these would be the 2 most eastern lots, and more specifically, the south lot. There's a number on this plan, 485. I think that's the distance of the line. But this would be where the lot has that public easement that goes between those 2 big lots on the west. Now, the house on the south side of that street, they have a horse hobby farm, and they'll definitely have a view of the properties on Street G, at least the townhomes there, or the twin homes on the south side of that. Not very much, but they would be someone that they could use maybe some enhancement. And the last one would be on Street, I'm sorry, I got Street L, which is your western one. And she kind of has those lots that are bordering on the east side that kind of go up and border, a few of those homes on Trail Lane. I went up Trail Lane and then I drove down Horseshoe Trail. Hard to see, what their vision or their buffering needs might be, but those were the only areas that she identified, and those were the only things I looked at today.
Okay, so
No, I'm not talking about all of 116 and all that stuff. You know, to put it in perspective, you're looking at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's only 11 existing homeowners that I think are going to be impacted the most.
Okay, so I think the reasonable solution to this item would be to take a closer look at those areas that you specifically just called out and see what we can do to enhance the landscaping. I mean, would that make sense to you? Would that give you a level of comfort regarding those particular areas?
Well, I think what would give me the best level of comfort, because I don't know, it's the enhanced landscaping that is, of course, going to be the unknown. But I think what's going to make at least these homeowners, what would make me comfortable is that there was an effort to go out and customize the buffering needs. Because again, these people have big lots, and each one of them is going to have different needs that I just don't think a one-size-fits-all berm and 6-foot tree is going to handle. But if you guys made the effort to extend a hand and meet down with them and talk about what creative ideas you all could come up with, because you guys are going to know the elevations. I can't sit out there and make a suggestion to anybody, here's what you got to do, because the elevations are going to change. And depending upon those. So that's, I guess, the big thing for me is can we make an effort to come up with some customized solutions for those home sites.
Yeah, I think probably a good place to start would be right with our designers, with our engineer that's familiar with the grades, and with our landscape architect that laid this out preliminarily, and see if there's something that can be enhanced back there. And to your point about spading trees, we can definitely look into that. It can be challenging to spade trees and plant them, but that's an option that we can look at as well.
Okay. Well, again, you got a whole bunch of trees out there that could be moved if you know if it's reasonably possible. I'm not a tree guy per se. I don't know what the difficulties might be in, say, putting a spade into an oak tree, and whether or not that'll just ruin the root system and the tree's going to die. If that's the case, maybe that's not an answer.
That's part of the risk, actually. Part of the risk with spading trees that are older, that are more established, is you always have the chance that the tree can go into shock once it's moved, and it can die. And then frankly, then you're mad at us because it didn't work, and now we have to go plant trees anyway. So that is something that we would have to consider prior to looking at a spading option, I guess, or what would it take, or how could we make it successful ultimately. So I think we hear you loud and clear on the buffering and the screening and some enhanced landscaping, and I think we can take a look at those things. So to me that kind of hits the berming, the landscaping, the screening kind of aspect. I'm not sure what berming we can do. Berming can be kind of difficult, but I think we can look at some more screening areas, or some more screening in the areas that you've called out. So we'll definitely take a look at that moving forward. Tree preservation, I know that was a concern that you had raised as well. We are doing the best we can, given the layout that we're trying to work through, and given input and direction from staff as well. Part of it is part of what's driving that is being able to get streets through, manage grades, and a lot of what's driving the community, and we're going to have to get into it in more detail, is actually the wetland elevation and the stormwater. Those elevations are kind of already predetermined, and we've been working with engineering pretty closely on how to work through the stormwater modeling, because I know that you wanted to hear some justification. The topography out here is a challenge. It's difficult. The wetlands, there's almost 70 acres of wetlands on this site. that's a pretty significant amount of surface water that needs to be dealt with, that we're trying to work through. The PUD is not only a kind of a cluster approach in trying to diversify product and using the land as efficiently as possible where we can, because of the environmental factors that are on the site. But also we're trying to hit a comp plan density, and we're barely there right now. I mean, we're at 2.5 net units an acre, I think. When we do a little post development calculations, we're probably going to be over that. But the reality is, with the community and with the layout that we have, we're getting to 2.85 dwelling units an acre, with townhomes, with twin homes. You know, so and if it was all single family detached homes, there wouldn't be a prayer that we'd be able to get there to that mandated density that we're trying to implement through the 2040 comp plan. So that's another thing is the conventional zoning district that's applied would not allow us to be able to implement the comp plan numbers that I think are required, and kind of what's driving a lot of the density and guiding principles as future growth happens, and as not only us, but other developers come into the door and try to work within the regulatory framework that's been established. So that's a little bit of my spiel on why we headed the PUD route. I'm sure Kendra can probably comment on that a little bit more if she'd like to. If you don't want to, that's okay, Kendra. So that kind of gets into that. Now, in terms of garage square footages, I understand. I think I've heard you say before that you live in a large home on a large lot, right? I think is that?
Yeah, 3-car garage. You
know, 3-car garage. Okay.
And for as big as it is, it's never big enough. You know, it's you always wish you had another 2 feet wide, you know, or 3 feet wide, and you always wish you had another, 3 feet, deeper.
Understood. Yeah. I'm sure you have tools and toys and things like that.
I got a barn. Hey, Paul, if I may just stop you for a second. There was a question, and it was on my list of questions, but it says that you guys are going to be maybe got 4 stall garage units. I mean, how many of those things do you think you're actually gonna build?
It's kind of driven. It's kind of driven by market demand. So it really does depend on the homeowner. And yes, we do have full 4 stall garage options. And so I kind of wanted to touch on the minimum square footages.
That's fine. I just wanted to see if it was just, was it just something that came in a marketing material or
no,
whatnot? But okay.
No, we actually do.
That's enough said.
No, we do have plans with 4 stall options because there is a segment of the market that desires them and wants extra space. They may want a place to maybe put their boat or toys, or just an extra stall for the kids stuff or whatever it may be, into the 2 or 3 stalls that they have for vehicles.
But to get back to the minimums.
To get back to the minimums. So what I would say is that we design the garages so that they can adequately fit 2 vehicles, plus some storage and the trash receptacles as well. One thing that I would note specifically for the townhomes is in an association maintained product, there's not a lot of demand for people to have tools. Typically that demographic doesn't have a lot of extra stuff either. They don't have lawnmowers and snow blowers and boats and extra cars and stuff like that. That particular target, where the townhomes target are young families, young professionals. They maybe have 1 or 2 cars. They're busy. They're out doing other things. They don't work on their own land. If it's an association maintained product, they certainly don't need to be mowing their lawn and blowing their snow. So that's kind of the intent there, is that we're trying to run the gamut. So to your point, you're seeing stuff on the low end that's targeting more your first-time home buyer, your young family, but you're also seeing the 4-car products, the larger 3-car products that are targeting mature families, maybe first or second-time move-up buyers. So we are trying to kind of hit that whole life cycle housing approach that Kendra noted earlier in her presentation. So my point is that our garages, they do work in the market. They do adequately hold 2 vehicles. We don't get a lot of pushback or complaints on them. Some of our townhome products are they actually have smaller garages than what we're proposing here. There are some that go down to 380, 390, maybe 400 square feet. And they hold 2 vehicles and some storage space and a couple of trash cans just fine. So it really does depend on the segment of the market and what that particular buyer is looking for. So I can tell you that. I know to some people it'd be way too small. I don't know that it would even work for me, but if I lived in a townhome and didn't have 2 kids and didn't have to worry about maintaining my yard, that might work. And a lot of people, they're after an association product they just want to park their cars in and not worry about having any tools, having any, if something breaks, they call a repairman. I mean, there's a lot of people doing a lot of different things with these types of products, and that's what we're trying to gear it towards. So I hope that kind of provides a little bit of background on the garage sizes and square footages.
Well, if you might, Paul, so you're not asking though you're not asking for flexibility then on the 540 square foot for slab on grades, is that correct?
For slab on grades? No, the garage size that we note in the townhomes is a standard that would be with all the townhomes. So it's not a different, I guess it's flexibility from the 540 for slab on grades, but overall we're trying to not have to customize or redesign or rebuild the townhome product that we're proposing.
Okay.
I don't think you have any slab on grades in this plan though, Paul. Didn't we look at that last week?
Yeah, we have. So we don't have slab on grades called out. We do have ramblers, which would be a full basement. I mean, I guess we could do a slab on grade building with that type of configuration because it's not a look or a walk if we chose to. But that would be up to final design and if we can make the grades work. But correct, as of right now, we do not show any slab on grades in our grading plan.
Okay, I just wanted to make the distinction that either you are or you aren't asking for flexibility on the slab on grade requirement under our code for the garage size. But if you're not going to do that if you don't have any houses proposed for that, then it's a non-issue. But
I think probably the simpler statement is that we're asking for garage flexibility from the code based on the product that we build. It doesn't align with the code, and so we don't want to have to reconfigure and redesign our townhomes.
Okay.
So that I think takes care of, or hopefully provides some background on the garages.
Yep.
So then the setbacks, so I guess what I would say is the setbacks in between buildings are proposed at 15 feet. I think, Kendra, it's a minimum 20 in the code currently, correct? Okay. But what we do typically do with the landscape, or with the townhome layouts that we do is there is a minimum separation, and it's 15 feet in between buildings. And in this particular case, there could be a little bit more, but in this particular case, you kind of do get constrained as you move into the southern portion of the site. There's a couple of wetlands, wetland L, wetland M, that are kind of odd shaped. And so we're trying to accommodate for those wetland areas, the buffer areas, and the buffer setback areas. And we're trying to tie it in with private drives. So there's there is a lot going on trying to get those townhomes designed and implemented in the south side of the site. And the reason why we located them in the south side of the site as well, in this particular location, is because typically conventional land use practice, you would put your more intense use at your busier corners or along your busier streets. It's fairly commonplace when it comes to townhomes or higher density type land uses. They typically go along busier type roads, and then we do work to screen them from that. The other thing that I wanted to note is that Kendra can probably help me with this, and I'm probably going to mess it up, but the double frontage thing, what we're trying to accommodate, or what we're trying to work on, is that we understand that there's a minimum 25-foot setback from the front of a home, and there's a minimum 25-foot setback from any other secondary frontages of the home. We would typically treat the secondary frontage as a side And a lot of times on a corner lot, or what we would look at as a side, we would request a 20-foot setback. So while Kendra has noted the standard for the city, we're trying to treat it as a side yard setback, or I know the city calls it a secondary frontage. And so we are requesting that rather than being mandated at 25 feet, it would go to 20. And that is due to not only how we typically lay out our sites with fronts versus sides, but also due to the wetlands and the grades in the south side as well. I did talk to our engineer to see if we could start moving stuff over or trying to space it out a little bit more. It does become a challenge as you're getting closer to those wetland areas, particularly on the north side of, which street is it? Whatever street it is that ends in a cul-de-sac. I'm trying to pull it up real quick. So it's not that
Street B?
Yeah, I think it's Street B. Yeah, Street B. So when you start running into wetland L right there, we have them, so like units 12, 13, they're at 20 feet because on the north side right there, you have that outlot with wetland L. Same with unit 24. And then you have wetland K on the south side and wetland M on the south side of that road. So we're trying to take that into consideration. 20 feet for a secondary frontage, or what we would deem as a side yard, is typical. So we are asking for flexibility there as far as the setbacks go. So I hope that kind of helps, I guess, answer or demonstrate that one, and I can explain it more if need be, but I hope that's clear. The last two things that you had mentioned were early grading. So the early grading thing, what I think would probably help is if we were to have our engineer, we have a general idea of where we want the first addition to be in the community, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the grading is going to be able to follow the first addition plat line, because a lot of times you have to cut, you have to fill, you have to go get material from over here and bring it down. That's not to say we're going to want to open up the whole site at once, because that creates a stormwater issue and nightmares, and we learned that in Ravinia. But what we'd like to be able to do is grade ahead of final plat approvals. And we can probably provide an exhibit that specifies what that would be, and we can continue to work on that with staff and make that more clear as we get through the council and continue to work through that with engineering as well. It is a fairly common practice.
Let me jump in there. I think that's really a policy decision, really for the council, just so you know at this point. I mean, that's a risk assessment that really belongs at the council level in my mind.
I understand. I'm noting it because it was noted. So that's something that we'll continue to look at and work towards. And I think the last thing you had was the rear setback questions. Was that in regard to the?
Oh, I got rear setback at 25 feet. That's it. I don't even know what it references. So let's just forget I even said it. I don't even know what I wrote it down, and I don't even know what I was referencing. I think it had to do with the decks. So the setback is 30 feet, and you were asking for 20 feet, from decks and porches. Yep. I think what I meant there is, listen, why don't we just split the difference? Let's just make it 25 feet. But I understand what you were saying with that. I don't see a lot of people that put decks on the backsides of porches necessarily, but you've seen it. You've dealt with it. I guess I don't. If you're talking about the units for younger families, well, maybe they don't get as much play space. I don't see an issue with it one way or the other, because if they don't build beyond that, they're still going to be at 30 feet, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So
yeah, the idea is to allow the deck or the porch to encroach, not the principal structure.
Yeah. So, well, you can skip it.
Okay.
Yep.
So that was my attempt to try to be as thorough as possible to your questions and comments.
I appreciate your efforts. Thank you very much. Kendra, is there anything you've been biting at the bit to say or needs to be said or clarified?
Well, I think what I would say is we've heard concerns from some of the commissioners and things that they would like to see modified. And I think at the end of the day, again, you have three options: approve as drafted, approve as modified, or deny. And if the goal is to approve with some modified conditions, I think it warrants another a discussion then of what those priorities might be. I would caution you not to try to solve the problem tonight by picking where trees are going. If, for example, tree preservation is important to the extent that, you know, Commissioner Dickman said, I'd like to see these areas saved. Others might say, well, I'd just like it to be at least X percentage of the ecologically significant areas to provide things that you would like to see changed in the staff report. So for example, the setback issues you were just talking about are in that table on condition number 10 of the PUD resolution. I feel like, you know, while we're still awake, we should maybe do another lap and start to work towards a motion and recommendation.
Yeah, I know I promised Meredith another chance to follow up. So if nobody has any objections or alternatives, why don't we go ahead and start with round two. Commissioner Wu, the floor is yours. And if I may, during this second round, let's ask the questions that you have, but then just try to leave us with some sort of sense of what it's going to take you as far as either approving as is or what changes you're going to need to see to be comfortable with passing this recommendation to the City Council. So go ahead.
So the approach that, or the way I'm feeling about this right now is approving with some recommendations, all the while being sensitive to the fact that we don't have a tree preservation policy. And if we did, I think a lot of the questions and concerns that we have had could be addressed by that. But knowing that we can't, there are limits to what we can impose on a developer at this point in time in the absence of a policy. As much as I want that policy to be in place, I'm cognizant of that. So the things I'd like to see, the signage. I think that the Welcome to Corcoran sign is something that needs a lot of thought by the City of Corcoran, standardized. I think that the Tavera sign should be a separate sign. Welcome to Corcoran should be about Corcoran. It shouldn't be about whether we're entering the city called Tavera. So I think there needs to be a lot of discussion about that when the design comes up. But I think it's standalone. I think I'm very concerned about the back of the townhomes and the visibility to Hackamore 116. That's the entrance to the city. The most mature trees as possible, realizing that spading trees means that you're limited on height and maturity. You might be able to install it, but 2 years later it's dead. I think that we should be berming around that area if possible, just to try and screen the back of the townhomes from that really visible intersection. And I agree with all of the additional areas pointed out by staff that needing additional landscaping. But I am also aware that of the additional trees that were added, a lot of those were to reduce the setback requirements from 100 feet to 60 feet. So I'd like to see additional trees added, particularly along 116 where possible, and at the intersection of 116 and Hackamore Road. I agree with Dickman about a conservation easement. For the trees that we have remaining, I definitely want to see a conservation easement that exists in perpetuity. It will prevent any additional development from reducing those trees further, but also protect them from any residents using cutting down trees or using that area to cull lumber for their own uses. And whatever we keep, whether it's ecologically significant or not, whatever we keep is owned by a conservation easement that exists in perpetuity. It's not changed. I'm in agreement about the garages as written in the, as staff has written in the ordinance, in the resolution. PUD flexibility provided to allow the face of the garage to exceed 55%. That is number 18 under architectural and design standards, page 3 of 8. I'm real sensitive about the garage forward. I've been to the Ravinia today, looked at garage forward, and I think that the decisions that the Planning Commission made with City Council in August of last year to prioritize, I support those decisions. I'm in agreement with what is written under that item number 18. Rear yard setback, I'm okay with 30 feet, which is what is in our development standards right now. Going down to 20 for the, in the cases of adding decks, I would consider that. I think that that's doable. Cul-de-sac islands, I recommend those. I do think they are an amenity. I understand that there's a difficulty for the developing around. But I think that once the tree that I saw at Marina, once that grows, it's going to provide shade, it slows traffic. I think that's something that we should recommend be included in the design. Let's see if there's any other items here that I need to address. See, I talked about the private drives. Nope. I think that's it. Thank you. Dean, are you still at the helm there?
He's on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm still here. Thank you, Meredith. So Kendra, Brad, anybody, any response to any of her comments or questions?
No, I think she's providing that feedback for the commission to think about crafting a resolution. So nothing from staff.
Okay. All right. Who's next on my list here? Commissioner Varenkamp.
No comments. I think we've done a good job beating this up on the first time around, and Meredith, great job adding more the second time.
Okay. Commissioner Schulak. Jim, you're on mute. Okay, there you go.
I would echo Commissioner Varenkamp and his thoughts tonight.
Okay, Commissioner Dickman, sir.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo what I said before, which is holding to our city's comp plan. And we've identified ecologically sensitive areas. I'd like to see conservation areas for trees. And to use Lennar's own words, this is focusing on natural features. And to be quite honest, I know Corcoran's got a lot of wetlands, but a 15-foot cattails surrounded by retention ponds is not a complete natural area for me. So I need to see more in the way of tree preservation. I've highlighted the areas of concern for me that I would need to see more on, specifically areas 1 and 2, 4 and 5, and 12 and 13. I know that there's geographic and slope challenges associated with that. I'm willing to give a little bit on area 3, knowing that there has to be roads that go through there. However, area 5 is currently an existing home and a detached garage. So to potentially rework or remove areas there, and as well as with 4, just some back of the napkin math, and even doing a 75 unit reduction still has Lennar 50 units above what Ravinia currently has for units on less acreage. So I understand the challenges and that the diversity of products that the applicant wants to have. But when you've got land in the Wayzata School District, and you've got, by their own admission, through their own arborist coming in, calling these forests and not just buckthorn and black willows hanging out around a swamp, without a tree preservation plan. And I understand that the applicant could just clear cut it tomorrow. And then if they resort to going to just following the RF3 code, then we have to live with that as a commission. But unless I see more concrete evidence around a conservation easement, which would also go towards credits, just like wetland conservation goes towards credits to get to the units per acre number, I need to see.
Is that it? Okay,
That's it for me.
Staff, is there any comments or questions? No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dickman. Or Commissioner Dickman. Okay, so I guess then I'm the last. I've said my piece. Again, Mr. Dickman and I think, and I have some parallel thoughts. This is a beautiful site. I don't give credit as much as what credit is being mathematically listed here for preservation, because I see more cutting, willfully cutting, and where no effort is to save anything. It's like, even like this little area, I don't know, Mr. Dickman, Commissioner, if you were out there, but when I walked the site, it was kind of funny. This number 15, now if you look at area 15, it's not a blue area, it's a red area. But if you look at that little stand of trees and what's being developed there, again, the idea that this can't be done because you got elevation and stuff, I've seen we all seen Foxbury Farms. It can be done. If there's a will, there's a way to coexist new construction with utilities and it's might be very limited, but it can be done. And others have proven it throughout the history of home building here in the Twin Cities. I just refuse to accept the fact that, hey, we need to level the whole area just so that we can put a street in and some houses. So preservation to me is going to be trying to preserve as much as you can, taking trees out and maybe relocating them or using them somewhere else in the city if it needs to be, or within that development. And then I'm most concerned about trying to do all we can to minimize the view or buffer the view for the relatively few adjacent property owners who are going to look. I can't get out of my mind, what we did to allow that solar garden. And I've been back to that neighborhood, and those people that bordered that in Greenfield, and we went through and we made. Well, I tell you, you guys are going to have to landscape the heck out of this thing so these people don't see it. Didn't even come close. And it's going to be 20 years before it even partially accomplishes what we had hoped to. And so I think that is a case where enhanced buffering and stuff failed. And it failed these people, and they're going to look at this thing for years and years and years and years, decades to come. And I can't guarantee that what Lennar and those guys might be able to do for some of these other homeowners, but anything's better than just, yeah, we'll put some more trees in there, because small trees aren't going to get it done. And So I'd like to see that done. So with that being said, is there any other questions or comments before we maybe go through these resolutions and identify any changes that need to be made? Yes, sir, Brad.
I just trying to advocate for that. We're about to cross the threshold of midnight after a 5-hour meeting, and I think we have consensus on some of the problems. So we'll make some amendments to the conditions or whatever you want to do, but I think it's probably time to call the question.
Yep. Okay, does anybody have any specific changes to any of the resolutions?
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that you really just, at this point of the night, just need to concentrate on the PUD resolution, which is where almost everything is related. There's not much in
That's fine. I haven't looked at the other ones. All I've done is looked at the 18 conditions.
They're important.
Anybody have any specific changes?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Members of the commission, I know it's late. I know we've been talking about this for a while. There is one other thing that we really haven't gotten into. Commissioner Wu touched on it, but it is the 55% or garage forward condition of approval number 18. And I'll leave you of how you'd like to address it, but I have to bring it up because the way that it's currently written, it does prohibit Lennar from being able to sell a significant amount or release or offer, I guess, a significant amount of our floor plans that we currently have. So I understand the concern with it. I know we've had the discussion multiple times last year, but I guess I would like to try to discuss it. I'm not saying it, I don't know if you want to get into it currently, but it is kind of a big deal for us to prohibit all garage forward product. So if we could see how that might work or how that looks or anything, I can't let the resolution go through because it does severely limit the amount of homes that we can offer in our current plan lineups that we have.
Okay,
and
so
Mr. Chair, I would just want to clarify Paul's statement. It doesn't make everything have to, it doesn't prohibit garage forward. It prohibits garage forward if it's more than 55%. And there are some that are at 55% or less that could be garage forward. So I want to be clear that if that passes and you see a garage forward house, it may be okay the way it's written. So I just want to be clear. It's only if you're exceeding the 55% that you can't be garage forward, which does limit them to be fair, but just wanted to make that clarification.
There are good that exceed the 55% percentage.
Correct, but Paul, but you managed, but you guys have managed at Ravinia, right? I mean, I saw any number of three-car garage, Landmark and Classic that were garage was not forward. I saw an impressive array of homes that met this standard. When I talked to Tammy at Ravinia, she said, yes, it does exclude a lot of some of your very popular plans from other developments because they are garage forward, but you can still provide homes, correct? And those homes are still wanted because you're selling them in Ravinia, correct?
That's correct.
What, Kendra, which is the one that's 56%? I'm just, didn't we have a tabulation of the different ones and they have different percentages?
Right, and I didn't go into a lot of that just because I know their product type is going to change, but we had the twin homes are at 56%. The Magnolia and the Aspen twin homes are at 50%, 56% garage face.
And the twin homes, it sounds like that that style percentage is right on the dot. I mean, it's not garage forward. We've got the entrances facing the street. It sounds like the twin homes are good to go, you know, from what we've been asking.
Yes, I think they heard what the Planning Commission and Council had to say about twin homes when they were looking at it in Ravinia, and have prepared one that generally complies with that, incorporates that feedback, and generally would comply with the ordinance. Like I
You
said,
know,
it exceeds, but it's close.
Yeah, you know, my position is this, and obviously I'm only speaking for me, that the design standards were a joint discussion between Planning Commission and the City Council. I personally don't, and because I've seen what Ravinia is offering now, which is compliant with what we're asking for, and it looks great. What I can't judge what I don't know. I'm not seeing all these other plans that Paul probably knows about that are very popular with their audience, but don't meet our city standards. So at this point, I'm not willing to change what's been written addressing that item 18 because I'm in agreement with it. But obviously we're advisory. It's going to go to City Council and it'll get thought through again. But based on what I've seen today, I'm comfortable with what's written in the resolution regarding garages. I don't know how the other commissioners feel.
Well, you know, Meredith, you know, this is just one of those ugly subjects that, yeah, we've all battled through this garage percentage. I didn't, you know, this only says, and what it sounds like, okay, well, you can't have a garage forward if you're going to exceed 55%. At face value as words on a page, that doesn't sound like it's a significant issue. But maybe what I'm hearing from Paul is that it's going to take out a huge swath of the type of homes that they want to offer their people. So I guess right now at this point in time, without understanding the significance of that, I don't know that I can disagree or agree with it. Anybody else?
I get what you're saying. It helped me to go to Ravinia to really to look at the massing of the buildings and saying, what does this mean from an aesthetic standpoint? And then talking with Tammy at the model home and hearing that there are many plans that are garage forward that are very popular with people coming to Lennar. It tells me, yes, there's a lot of plans that they can't build here in Corcoran, but I also agree with our reasoning, and so that's why I'm comfortable with staying with it. But I think that it's going to go through City Council because they were also part of the decision making. I did see the Discovery homes at Ravinia where it's on a 55-foot lot and it's very garage forward, and I did not like that. The look of that. I think that the homes are great in terms of meeting a price point, and it's very difficult to have that 55-foot lot. But seeing that relentlessly, you know, placed next to each other, it seemed to show exactly what we did not want to see. And so, for those reasons, I'm comfortable with the way 18 is written.
Okay. Well. Again, without knowing more about the impact, you know, here's the deal. Some of us, maybe none of us, you know, we're going to go through more and more years of another big development as we did, and we all been through the changes that have been brought forth. And we're not going to like everything, but we don't know what the future is going to hold. And right now at this point, I don't think we're ever going to make this thing a perfect document that's going to address the issue from now until then. So, you know, if the idea to me is to give them the greatest flexibility in some of these things, again, if they can figure out ways to maybe address some of the issues that us and the neighbors and everything else have brought up, I'm fine with it. I don't know. Help me out, Paul and Kendra. I mean, what do we need to do with 18C? Because right now this is the pebble in the shoe.
So Paul is not going to say the same thing I'm going to say. You heard what Paul said. Paul wants you to take it out.
Okay.
Here's what I've heard from the commission tonight, that generally you're okay with the resolution as drafted. I've not heard anybody that's particularly concerned about the flexibility with the setbacks. But what I have heard is you have concerns about tree preservation and to some degree landscaping, which are conditions 34 and 35. So if I was on the commission, I would probably make a motion that modified one or two of those conditions. I think Paul has heard that there's, and the liaison and I have heard that there's maybe disagreement about whether those setback flexibilities are important or not. But we're not, I don't feel like we are in a position to solve all of these tonight. And I feel like if I were going to suggest something, it would be to focus on the issues you've actually talked about tonight at some length, which would be on page 5 of that draft PUD resolution. I think Meredith is very clear where she stands on the garage issue. I haven't, and you said you're somewhat ambivalent. I haven't heard from the other 3 commissioners, but I was at that joint meeting and in July.
Well, you know, we're a 5-member commission. For some of us, it's a bigger issue than it is for others. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it's not our issue to resolve. It's the city council. If we can't get a consensus on it from us, I guess the best thing is to leave it. But again, make note that it was an issue with us, amongst us, and it's really going to be more of a policy thing than, not a written policy thing, but it's their opinion of it may be just as varied as ours, and there is no one single answer to it.
And I think if you certainly can try to make that as part of your motion, but I think Paul has certainly heard that and has heard some of the questions tonight, and that gives him time to better prepare a response and an argument for the council as we move forward, if we move forward.
Yeah,
absolutely. I think, Kendra, just, I don't want to be the only one talking, and I'm sure I'm not going to be, but if I'm just looking at page 5, where, you know, it talks about landscape and wetlands, is this the area where we might add a condition about conservation easement that protects woodland areas regardless of whether
you could easily change the first sentence in number 34. Yes.
34, okay.
If you wanted to do that, you could easily say on number 34, the first sentence, woodland areas shown as preserved on the plans must be protected, and you could add by a permanent conservation easement.
Correct. That sounds fine to me.
Just a note, Commissioner Dickman had to go over to the phone, so we're unmuting him now. But apparently a storm is coming through the Corcoran area.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's past Bechtold. It hit us pretty quick and it's gone already. So just FYI.
I sent my lovely wife out to go put the horses in. I had a good excuse for not going out there myself. I got lucky.
I don't know if other commissioners feel about the cul-de-sac islands. That was something that was brought up in the staff report, and you know, I've already voiced my opinion on them. Maybe other commissioners have no feeling about it, or they think maybe they think it's unnecessary. I haven't heard anyone speak to that. So I'm interested in whether we, as a commission, want to add that into the resolution or not.
Well, Commissioner Wu, you know what? I agree with you. I think that they are nice. Personally, though, I live on a cul-de-sac, and having that thing in the middle would drive me nuts, because backing in and out with trailers as I do, I wouldn't find that to be something that would be suitable for me. And so therefore I could care less, if they want to build them or they don't want to build them. I think to me, that's not so much a requirement. I think it's a development amenity, just like a pool or a clubhouse. They want to offer it in that neighborhood to entice people to buy that product. They would have offered it if they thought it was necessary. If they don't think it's necessary, I certainly don't want to make it a requirement. That's, I guess, my say on it. So again, there's what is there, 59? There's 59 different things on here, and I don't think we're going to find a consensus on any of it. For 5 people to agree on all of these things and what should or should not be done as far as preservation or this or that, these are the messy hair kind of resolutions that I think we're all going to find a decision. I can't support the inclusion that they must do it in order to say that I'm for this. It wouldn't really matter. Again, I don't know if it's important for Kendra to hear it and Brad to hear it, for Paul to hear it, and maybe they can bring it out and maybe the council will consider it. But if it's not in the resolution, I don't know it's something that I'm willing to add.
Yeah, well, being that we're advisory only, I feel that if it is something that we add it. It's not, by no means it's compulsory because of our advisory role. It just shows that it got special, that we felt that needed to be considered. But since I don't know, and I can't see people's faces, so I don't know how Jim and Jeff feel about it. Because, I'm looking at you, Dean, so I can't see what they think, and I'm not hearing from them.
And to the points that have been made, Chair and members, I think it's the point of making a motion and then working within that motion, such as a motion to recommend approval or denial, approval with amendments likely. Denial is a whole different thing. That's setting findings of facts and information to support such a decision, which is a very difficult thing to do on the fly. That would probably have to be another meeting or something. So I think somebody needs to make a motion at some point with amendments or as is, and then the commission, through discussion on the motion, can offer friendly amendments to the motion or formal ones. But that's really the mechanism to work forward within right now.
What's a friendly amendment?
So for example, if Commissioner Wu says, I want to make a motion to recommend approval with adjustments to these 3 conditions, there can be a second on that, and then there's discussion time. And then at which point maybe Commissioner Shulak says, well, I'd also like to throw in a condition on 44 that's important to me. Would you be willing to amend that to your motions? And if both the motioner and seconder, you can kind of have that discussion point that way. So,
okay.
So do wish.
Well, I'm willing to make a motion to approve all of it, an ordinance, the whole thing, with some revisions, some additional items. I'd like to see the cul-de-sac islands. I'd like to see the conservation easement. I think my other comments are embedded in what's already written as far as the gateway sign, and some sensitivity to that, to the gateway of Hackamore and County Road 116. Let's see if there's anything else I have here. Islands, back of town. I think that's it.
Okay.
Just before we ask for a second potentially here, Kendra, do you have enough clarifications? We'd have to include cul-de-sac islands. Which condition would that go into?
Yeah, so the permanent conservation easement is number 34, and I think streets are in the, starting at 43, so I think I would, just looking at that, I think I would just make that a new number 54.
To be clear, Kendra, are we talking about conservation easement that is like the legal, in the legal sense?
I believe that's what Meredith is proposing, yes. A conservation easement over the woodland protection areas.
Yeah, that's what I'm proposing.
Okay, all right.
But, you know, whatever everyone, let's discuss it if people feel differently.
So we have a motion to approve the resolution approving the comp plan amendment, the ordinance rezoning to PUD, the resolution approving the findings of fact for rezoning, the resolution approving the preliminary PUD development plan with 2 changes, one to add a new number 54 regarding cul-de-sac islands, and second to modify number 34 to require a permanent conservation easement, and then 5th action, approve the resolution approving the final plat. I believe that's your motion, Meredith. Is that correct?
That sounds correct. Thank you.
Okay, so would anybody have any objections to including, so since we've got the tree
So we should
preservation
probably get
thing.
a second on the motion, Mr. Chair, and then have the discussion with the board.
Okay. We have a motion to approve, now, are we going to talk about just this one or all 16 resolutions, or how many there ever are?
Well, as I just said, her motion was to approve all 5
Okay.
documents.
Just wanted to make sure.
With changes to the PUD development plan resolution, which is.
Okay. And so without going through each of those changes, do we have a second?
I'll second Shulak.
Okay, all those in favor of accepting as amended? Well, we got to go do individually. So let me go ahead and do that.
Well, Mr. Chair, just a break. Are you asking for the formal vote, or do you want to have any additional discussion at this point on the motion?
We're going to have discussion. If we're going to have discussion, is there any discussion to amending it further to put in something about working with the adjacent property owners to address their specific needs for buffering? Otherwise, the buffering plan as they come up with it, it's it. There's no requirement, there's no suggestion, there's no, they don't have to talk to anybody to do anything. So how do we all feel about that? Is it worthwhile? Is it going to make or break it? For me, it is. Either they're going to commit to it, or I'm going to just, I'm just not going to vote for this.
No, I think, Dean, I think you brought up some very, very good points, and I neglected to mention that, and probably because I couldn't even re-say what you said, but I would think that adding that in would be somewhere in the on pages 4 or 5 of the resolution, and I don't know how to paraphrase that in there, but I think that it gives greater consideration to the existing community, and I'm all for it. And I'm sorry I didn't mention it before.
Kendra, would you have any suggested language for that? It's a difficult
I
one to
don't,
navigate.
I mean, I think you want to modify 35, but I really don't know how in the world you would define that in a meaningful way beyond what I've got in 35. But that would be the condition you'd probably want to modify.
Well,
I think it could be
35,
a consensus direction from the commission to direct staff to find a way to incorporate that prior to going to council. Would that be something we could try to focus on?
At this point, I would say yes. I mean, I almost would have to hear back, replay the discussion to know the points, because I'm kind of losing it because it's midnight. But I think that he brought up some very, I think the chair brought up some very good points that could maybe be added to number 35.
all right, let me offer this. First of all, we got 4 areas identified, but it does not, and again, it's in the report that says they're going to beef it up, but we don't have any idea what that is. But I want to make sure it gets added to 35, and that would be north of lots 490 through 501. And I'd like to suggest that we add lots 245 and 246 to group C.
So just expand C to include those lots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, again, there's no mention of the lots up in Oak Ridge. I just want to make sure that gets in there, that additional landscaping. Now, the only thing I'm asking is that the developer and the city work with those property owners adjacent to these to maybe craft, customized buffers unique to their own specific things. That's it. Either it's going to happen, we can suggest it and make it happen, or we can't. I don't really care. But that's what's important to me. That's the only way I can suggest this as approval to the council. So,
Mr. Chair and members, just the hard part about putting that language in the conditions, such as require the applicant to work with homeowners to get what they want on their property. That's a really tough condition for us to point
not
to.
on there. Okay.
And if it's something that, if they've done everything or they can't agree on something, are we going to then not allow the project to go forward because there wasn't a negotiation on one of the properties? That's just a really, really challenging line in the
Hey,
sand
Brad,
to draw.
the applicant has come through and put an application to significantly alter the landscape of a large chunk of land that runs north and south along 116. There are people that have strong investments in their properties that are adjacent to this. If that is the best we can do, is that we're just going to do additional landscaping based upon whatever the developer says we should do for those areas that are adjacent to homeowner. If that's the best we can do, I think we're failing them.
I'm not saying anything
For me, it's a priority. It's what I would like to see, and I'm just suggesting it. The city council probably won't even hear it. They'll probably say Jacobs is crazy, and they won't even listen to it. But that's what I'm suggesting. If the rest of the commission wants to include it, great. If not, you know where I stand on it. So let's get a consensus.
Well, and if I may, all I was pointing out was from the staff level, we have to implement your vision. And so the words matter. And that's all I was saying. I'm trying to incorporate the vision of the commission, and people are watching this, and the council is involved. Councilman Schultz is here, and he will shepherd this mission forward. But if there's something black and white, we have to be able to enforce that 7 years down the road when we have a final plat for phase 10 come through. These conditions matter. So that's where it comes down for us too. And I apologize if I frustrated you.
Okay. All right. So I've suggested that we add some more lots, expanded that out. Everybody in agreement with that? We'll just leave it as is. Everybody good with it? Okay.
To be clear,
That's
so
the
we're
lots on the
adding,
north side of the property is what you're suggesting, Chair?
Who is that?
That was
Sorry,
Commissioner
Commissioner
Dickman.
Dickman.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're saying the north. Again, it's not included. I just want to make sure it doesn't change anything. But let's just make sure north of lots 490 through 501.
And plus
Okay,
245
I'm clear.
and 246, right?
Again, not knowing exactly, I don't want to make a mistake by not having it. We add it. That's my suggestion. So
I just want to be clear, though, Mr. Chair, that the friendly amendment you are proposing to Meredith's motion, which was seconded by Jim, is to modify 35 to also require landscaping north of lots 490 through 501 and adding 245 to 246 to 35C.
that is correct.
Is that your motion? Okay.
That's the motion.
That's your
That's the
friendly
motion.
amendment.
That's the motion.
So then we would ask Meredith and Jim, or if you will accept that friendly amendment, right, Brad?
Correct.
Yes, I accept the amendment.
Yes, certainly.
Okay, any other changes? Okay. So now we have our amendments, our friendly amendments, do we need a motion now to take a final vote?
You have the motion on the floor, Mr. Chair. You can simply call the question and do the roll call.
Okay, so we are going to take a roll call vote on approving all 5 of the resolutions as amended with the PUD resolution. Do I need to specifically list those? Are we good with it?
I believe Kendra outlined them quite well, so I think we're good.
Okay, great. Okay, so with that being said, let's take the vote, roll call vote. Commissioner Wu,
Yay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yay. Yes.
Yay, okay. Commissioner Varenkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Schulak,
Yay.
Commissioner Dickman,
Commissioner Dickman, nay.
and Commissioner Jacobs. I'm going to be a nay as well. Therefore, the resolution does pass 3-2. And I might suggest, when is this going to go to the city council?
The 25th of June.
Okay, 25th of June, and
I know I'm the rep for that day from the Planning Commission.
you are? Okay.
Yes.
And to the extent that anybody else wants to show up, maybe speak, if allowed, to express maybe some opinions on this to make sure things don't get too out of misconstrued, I would highly advise that. So, all right, with that being done, that is over. Thank you, everybody that attended from the development, from the neighborhoods, the public at large. And we're certainly going to deal with this now for, there's a lot to do going forward, and hopefully everyone's going to be real pleased with this. I think generally I'm excited about it. So. All right, is there anything else, Brad and Kendra, related to this, or can we move on?
I think we can move on. I think Councilor Schultz wants about an hour to give his update for the council, the way it sounds. So.
Yeah, can you cue my PowerPoint for me? I'll keep it short for the commission. And to that fact, you've had this information in the packet. Is there any specific questions you'd like to ask me on any of the items listed from our May 14th or our May 28th meeting of the City Council?
I'm sorry, Council Member Schultz. I was trying to find, I inadvertently put the agenda in a pile of the other stuff. So we are on number 7B, is that it?
Correct.
And your question was, does anybody have a what? A question on?
Well, actually, I'm sorry, you skipped the 7A before that. So if you want to go back and address that, otherwise.
That was my fault.
I didn't say A or B. I just said, let's move on. But does anybody have any questions on the planning project update?
No.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Council Liaison Schultz. You have an hour report, or was that a joke?
I don't think I have an hour to stay awake, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I know. I apologize that this got long. So
no, that's one would expect it tonight to be a long night. It was good public discussion and good discussion amongst the council or the commission. So I appreciate that, and I will definitely keep those thoughts in mind and share those with any of the city council members or mayor if they seek conversation in depth more than what they've seen. I'm sure they'll watch this in the entirety, but we did have an update in our last commission meeting on May 7th. There hasn't been a whole lot that's gone on, probably related to planning commission items since then. I'm just going to check it over quick. Again, water supply improvements, feasibility study, that's probably one of the biggest things we talked about. We approved that feasibility study to look at water tower and water treatment facilities and what they may look like in the future. So we'll get more information on that in the next few months. And we did review the Paulson Farms OS&P that the Planning Commission approved. So those are probably the primary things that would affect Planning Commission. So if you have any questions you'd like to ask me, either on these or other items, feel free to do so.
So the OS&P did pass?
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty much as was presented. I don't think there was any changes that I can recall.
What was there any discussion about that wooded lot that's going to be privately owned and the trail system that's going to be contained within it?
Well, there was brief discussion. I mean, the discussion probably talked mostly around ghost plotting and future development, and when future development does come, the trail will be gone. But we also talked about the actual true preservation in OS&P is captured really in the outlots that line this actual development, because those outlots will never be developed, because if you remember, there's small areas around that. So in that sense, you're getting some true permanent preservation.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anybody else with questions to Councilmember Schultz?
Nope.
Okay, 7C, other business. Anybody have anything to discuss? Okay. Item 8, Commissioner Liaison Cat.
I do have one thing to discuss quickly.
Okay.
I think tonight was a really good reminder that we need a tree preservation policy in place. And we had talked about this as one of the goals for 20 mission, that I said that start some research, and I have, but would welcome any input commissioners would have on what they've seen out in the community, what they'd like to see incorporated in the goals that we would want to put forward. And I think tonight was just a really good example of when we don't have something in place. It could have been a lot worse, but in which case we would have a lot more to say. But I just wanted to make that point.
So I agree with you, Commissioner Wu. I actually had conversation with staff this week in preparation for today's meeting, and I'd like to work with them as well as council in this commission, as well as Parks and Trails, to see if there's some ways that we could more concretely identify, those key areas within the 2040 comp plan, and then potentially look at using Parks and Trails funds, potentially for not using funds for softball fields and baseball fields, but really look at some of those key areas within the comp plan and see if there aren't tools that we could use positively as a planning commission and council to look at those areas, because once they're gone, they're gone. And instead of encouraging applicants or other folks, it could be a way to kind of have those areas that force people to carve around from a development standpoint. So I agree with you, and I'd be happy to partner with you as we develop that, because I think it will take something in policy and related to our comp plan to make that happen.
Yes, and I don't have any experience with policy writing, and I don't think that's what's being asked here. I think it's a matter of looking at creative ways to protect what we value in the city. While there's been discussion about it needs to be more of a carrot than a stick in terms of encouraging developers to protect valued areas of ecology. I think the bottom line is that the enforcement is that it belongs to and it's worthy to remain in Corcoran and not disappear. And we want to encourage that. I think the bottom line is that that's what we're going to do, and we need to do it. And I know that Commissioner Schulak had also stated he was interested in doing that, and so I just have some questions about how we can do it and not breach any rules. Maybe there isn't anything since we're talking about a specific development, but I might just start downloading some things and maybe doing a blue beam session on them and then sending them to Brad and send out to the rest of the commissioners just to review for thoughts and comments. That might be a way to just kick it off, and any other suggestions that we have to do that. Obviously, we've had this experience tonight with Lennar to reflect upon as well.
Well, Meredith, you brought it right to the head, the carrot versus the stick. Okay, so let's look at this situation. What was the carrot here? The carrot was the PUD. And for that, we were hoping for some tree preservation. Now, a couple of us feel like that goal was accomplished. Some of us feel like, no, they didn't even come close to preservation. They're going to still cut down what they absolutely need to cut down, and that they didn't go out of their way to preserve anything that couldn't be cut down. You know, so the carrot and the stick theory, I think, works good, but in this situation, yeah, there it was, and it failed. I think if you look at it, at least through my eyes, it failed, and there's going to be a lot of things lost naturally to this site because the developer has a different mindset and different goals or needs than what the city could protect there. Yeah, and we're right. We have no tools but the PUD really to try to entice that, and they made that part of their deal. But at the end of the day, I think we still lost. So that's all I have to say on that. Any other business?
I would just remind the commission that you all said you will be at next month's meeting, which is Thursday, July 2nd. And we do have a fairly full agenda on that evening as well. Not hopefully this long, but it's a pretty full agenda. So we will see you on the 2nd.
And July 2nd, are we anticipating being back in City Hall, or is this expected to be another electronic?
Good question. I'd probably plan for it being one more electronic meeting at this point. Obviously, there was a kind of a path with COVID, and lots of people have been together a lot differently over the past 10 days. So who knows what's going to happen 14 days from now. So mentally prepare for this, I would say. But we'll see. The hard part is also the governor's phase, right? So we're in phase 2, which is 10 or less. Well, we had 9 commissioner and staff people today. So that means one other person could join us. Next phase is phase 3, which is, I think, 20 or so. So we really have to follow that Stay Safe Minnesota phase governor's executive order of when we can actually come back together as a group in person.
We could just do it on the picnic tables outside at St. Thomas, couldn't we?
Unless the storm comes through like tonight.
That's patio meeting.
Yes.
All right. With the liaison calendar, is there any changes that need to be made?
Nope.
All right. With that, Chair will accept a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion, Shulak.
I got a second.
I'll second it, Wu.
All right. Roll call vote to adjourn this meeting. Chair Jacobs, yay. Commissioner Dickman.
Yay.
Commissioner Shulak.
Yay.
Commissioner Varenkamp.
Yes.
Commissioner Wu.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Everybody, I don't want to make this any longer. Thank you very much. Lot to cover.
Hey,
sorry.
Just want to say I appreciate you all. Thank you guys for being a good team and working through it together, and being just respectful of everyone's thoughts. And Kendra and Brad, thank you guys for the entire week, and Alan too for hanging with us. So appreciate it.
Yep, I'll ditto that.
Yeah.
Nice job, everybody. Nice job.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.